welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. PiGosaur Monday. Oh, good. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the PiGosaur Monday, number 22. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all. Whew, the bracket is live. The bracket is live. The bracket is stacked. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves as we are jumping into our first series of the bracket of the broadcast. Here we go, right here in the round 32, and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the American Protoss player, the orange Protoss. It is Bomyoja. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Canadian Terran player, the Teal Terran, representing Team Gosu. It is Green Earth. Go. As we are selling in, and if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will advance on. Personally, Bomyoja and Green Earth, I feel like are quite close in skill. Green Earth and Bomyoja, they're both GM, they're both kind of more like amateur players, I would say, in the North American scene. But Green Earth, I would place a little bit higher here than Bomyoja, so I'm ready, I'm excited as these two NA players do face off. Just catching with the chat. Hello, Hatsu, Papi. I see Hatsu in the chat. I see Psycons as well. Scare Wyvern, welcome. Bienvenidos. Good morning. Buenos días. As I'm still just waking up. We just finished casting the WhatsApp Monday last night, of course. Now this morning we are live with the PiGosaur Monday, and I believe this is going to be our only broadcast for the day. We don't have another broadcast in the evening, just PiGosaur Monday. So because of that, I do plan on having a cheeky ladder stream after this as well. So look forward to it. Look forward to the smurge, papi. Oh my god! But we'll be attempting to ladder after the broadcast. We'll do our best. Again, we've been slowly trying to regain our skill. By that I mean our MMR has been plummeting very much so over the past couple of weeks. I say over the past week, basically. The past week, but we'll get it back. We'll get it all back. It'll be fine. Copium, baby, copium. But from here we are going to be settling in. And so far, nothing too crazy. Standard opener out of Bomyoja. Likewise, standard opener out of Green Earth as well. Ooh, I say standard opener. It was a rack expand. Rack expand economic opener into what? Into 2 more racks. Okay, so we're going for a 3 racks here. This is going to be a very heavy bio army, very strong stim timing. Stim is going to be on the horizon here. Tech labs into stim, into combat shields, into a massive bio push. This is going to be quite committed here from Green Earth, and we'll see if Bomyoja can recognize what's going on. Ideally, against this kind of army, you want to slow it down. You want to slow it down. You also need to prepare for that timing as well. You can be greedy up until a certain point, but ideally you'd have a defensive robo, immortal production, shield battery as well. We can see that Bomyoja is playing this out safely initially, but is in the darkness of what's going on. Bomyoja is in the dark. Likewise, he does zone away the Reaper. Behind this, it's going to be a Twilight counter opener into Blink. So once again, we do see a relatively standard follow-up here from Bomyoja. Blink is on the way. Question becomes, how many gates? 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink Stalker? How aggressive or how greedy is he going to be? Also, we're in a kind of an interesting era of StarCraft at the moment. We have been featuring a lot of the new TLMC maps, whether it's last night in the WhatsApp Monday or during Sparkling Tuna Cup over the weekend. I do recommend the VODs. We've been having a lot of fun with the new maps, but here, coming into PiGosaur Monday, we're going to be calming down and settling into some of the older maps instead, or I should say the current ladder maps and the current map pool. I'm sure once the TLMC voting concludes, then we'll be able to jump into some of the newer maps instead. For those that are curious, the Team Liquid map contest voting is open. Voting is open, and voting will close at the end of the week. So we still have a week of voting. You still have a little bit of time here to get your votes in while you can, while they count as well. And every vote does count. So vote for your favorite maps. So now we have our follow-up. So as you mentioned before, stim timing, right? That early stim, early combat shields. Green Earth is soon to commit across the map, building up his bio. Back at home, we do see our Robotics Bay follow-up out of Bomyoja. Now, my biggest concern for Bomyoja here is his Stalker positioning. he's at home. He has nothing to scout. He has nothing to spot the move out. He's staying back at home with those stalkers. He has Blink. Blink is going to finish up in a couple of seconds, and ideally Bomyoja, he wants to be active on the map to contain, to spot a move out, and to slow it down. But that's not the case here, as finally he is going to be pushing. It looks like Bomyoja, he wasn't too confident when it came to keeping stalkers on the map without Blink, so it looks like he was waiting for it. Now that Blink is done, he is pushing. Likewise, Greener is finishing up Stim. He's getting ready for his own move out as well. So the armies, they are about to clash. We have combat shields on the way, building up more marauders. Bomyoja, he's expanding, getting a third base. First Colossus is on the way, and Bomyoja, he does spot the move out. Does spot the army. Remember, Blink is done. Ideally, he wants to catch a marauder, a couple of marines, and ideally without losing a single stalker. He does want to engage ahead of time. And doesn't quite get anything yet. Again, it's only 4 stalkers. We have been skipping warp ins. Is it 2-gate blink? There's 3. 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink. He does pull away. Back at home, he has sentries, he has force fields, he has shield batteries, and the immortal. He can take a fight, but again, ideally, he does want to slow this down and just get 1 marine. No, not even. There we go. Colossus is revealed, and he will shut this down. He doesn't want to chase this though. Doesn't want to get caught down in the open. So far, nice defense out of Bomyoja. Now, what's important about what just happened here is that Greenert, once he saw the Colossus, he pulls away. And he barely lost anything. Greenert, he lost 2 marines. 2 marines did go down. He preserves the army, and he lives for the second wave, for the second push. This time with Medivacs, this time with greater army, this time with drop play. He still has map control. And we can find another way in. There we go, does split off. Splits off towards the left, towards the right, claiming his 3rd CC. 3rd CC is almost done, and now it's time to push. It is time to move out. That's Bomyoja setting up. Set up as he's distracted, drop into the natural. Pro's going to be going down. So far he gets she might be coming in clutch actually. Gets 2 worker kills at the same time. Greener, he does damage to the mineral line, and here he does find damage. A later reaction from Bomyoja, trying to keep up, and 9 probes going to be falling, dropping back into the right hand side. So far catching stalkers, catching more workers, stimming on foot. He wants those stalkers, oh my god, and he's going to get them. And not the worst trade. We'll have to pick up. He will have to get the hell out of here. Oh, will not lose a medevac. Barely not. Medevac does escape. And as the dust settles, not a bad attack here from Greenard. As you can see, he lost, what, 8 marines, which are expendable, 1 marauder for 10 workers, 6 stalkers, and 2 sentries. A much, much better trade for Bomyoja. Sorry, for Greenard, what am I meant to say? Much better trade for Greenard. It's not the best, not a good trade for Bomyoja. At least Bomyoja, he maintains the Colossus count, but Greenert, he did trade very well. Oh, he's in the middle of dropping. The Marines, the Bio Army's not ready for this. Oh, getting caught out. Medevac does fall. Nice catch it with the Colossus. Greener, he stims in. He wants the Colossus. And he can get at least 1. Or at least can he? Stims on in, starts his foot, takes out all the Stalkers, and he wants all the Colossus. He's going to get them as well. I assumed he would get 1. He's going to get all 3. He gets 1, he gets 2. The 3rd one will not escape. Whew. And Bomyoja, he will lose everything. The economy is hurting. The army here struggling as well, losing all 3 Colossi. Ay. Not like this. Fighting on the center, I mean, was maybe the best case scenario, but even then he just didn't have enough support. Didn't have enough buffer for those Colossi. And with that, Greener takes the fight. Now getting to 2-2 upgrades, rallying across the map. And Bomyoja, he's hurting. He's hurting a lot right now. He's relying on a gateway composition. +1 is not even done. It's got a lot of 0-0 charge lots, and that is going to be enough to hold the line. First Colossus is going to pop out. Let's put his Colossi. And that should be enough to hold on for now. From here, Greener, he can get a 4 CC. He can expand, get a 4th base, so likewise start taking up in towards Viking, in towards Ghost production. Greener does have a lead, and he's not throwing it away. Still building up here in the center of the map. Still building up. Bomyoja, he attempts to expand. Now, how do we bounce back from this position? Bomyoja, he's behind, 100%. He's behind, he's in the worst position, but there's potential with drop play, with Dark Templar, with Zealot run-bys, more importantly. If Greener moves out, if he commits across the map, then back at home he might be vulnerable. There's potential for these Zealots to get some damage done, as the Observer does get eyes on the third. Likewise, Disruptors. We have 2 already, and with some well-placed Novas, Bomyoja, he can win a fight as well. Zealots do run into the mineral line. Greener, he races back home. This is giving Bomyoja more time to build up more Disruptors. And Zealots trade pretty well. Waiting for a couple of Marines. They're going to be cleaned up, of course, but they buy time. Again, every second does count. Ideally, we do need more Disruptors though. There we go, more Disruptors on the way. Greener, he scans, he sees the Disruptors. Rotates towards the right hand side. Bomyoja, he does miss the rotation. Uh-oh. He does miss it. He sims in. Yeah, the first Nova. Just gonna zone. No major connection yet. Second Nova goes off and it will connect. Oh my god. No other Disruptors. No. Yeah, that's exposed. And with that, Greener, he sims in. He sims forward. Takes down the main army. GG gets called. And Greener will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. Greener, he will take a lead in the series. Again, Greener, he was able to just pull Bomyoja apart. A lot of it came down to, remember, it wasn't the initial 3 racks that did the damage. Remember, the 3 racks was deflected, but he preserved the army. And after the initial opener, after the 3 racks, then the medevacs arrived, and we saw Greener split up his forces. Remember, he went for the drop on the left and the double drop on the right-hand side. He was able to get, what was it, 9 probe kills, 6 stalkers, 2 sentries. Really good value there, really good damage in favor of Greener. He was able to just pull Bomyoja apart, and then it all fell apart when we saw Bomyoja push into the center. When we saw him push into the center of the map, when we saw him engage a lost 3 Colossus then and there, I mean, that was one mistake too many. GG. There was some opportunities to maybe recover, and the Zealot runby was nice, but alas, needed a little bit more. Did need more there, as we're now getting into game number 2. Here we go. As we're going to be loading into Erahome. I'm traveling now and very far from home. Hope to play tournaments soon. I mean, it's good to hear that you're traveling. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope you're having a great time, whether it's work related, whether it's vacation related, or anything in between. It's good to hear. Good to hear. I did notice we've been seeing less Hatsu when it comes to signing up to Open Cups. But regardless, hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope you're having a good time. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Erahome, we have our Orange Protoss player. We have our Orange Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can recover. The American Protoss, it is Bomyoja. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Terran player, the Teal Terran, representing Team Gosu, leading the series 1-0. It is Greener. We are going to be jumping in. And welcome to an older TLMC map. Currently, Team Liquid map contest number 20 is ongoing and open for voting. This is a map from TLMC 17, so quite some time ago. This is a smaller map in the map pool. This is a rush map. It's a rush map known for aggression, favors aggression. We'll see how Bomyoja and Greener do approach this. We shall see. So now we do come in with probe scouts, single gas, so it's going to be a Rax expand, economic open out of Greener. Now coming into a small map like Erahome, I would actually say, hey, this would be a pretty good map for something like a 3 Rax. I don't expect Greener to go for the same build 2 games in a row though. I feel like Bomyoja, he had a really good response early on, and sure, he did struggle a little bit more in the follow-up, but I would expect a stronger defense this time from Bomyoja. So we can see Greener, he does deviate away. That is not a second Rax. Factory. Now, this I'm a little bit perplexed by. Usually, if you open up factory, we open up double gas. So we have something different in mind here for Greener. Early tech lab. hold up. Hold on. Green Art looks like he's building up for an expansion, but he's going for the early tech lab here. Are we going into early concussive shell? What is the plan? Probe Scout does confirm. Early add-on swap. Okay. Let him cook. let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. Green Art with a very unique build. So he does go Marine first, add-on swap into early Cyclone production. Now this was already scouted. Seeing the reactor on the seeing the tech lab on the axis early on is a tell that something is wrong, something is amiss. We'll see how Bomyoja plays this out. Safety shield battery. Does go for the safety shield battery. Back at home, Twilight Council opener into Blink once again. Green Art's going for a second Rax already, and we'll see if Green Art goes for a third Rax. Now, if Green Art goes for a third Rax before Starport, this is going to be a 2-base all-in. As we are hyperfixated on Cyclone, then into tank production, into early bio as well, focusing on just producing army. And he can just commit with this. Otherwise, yep, there it is, third Rax. So third Rax is on the way before Starport. This screams 2-base all-in. Basically, there's a hyperfixation here on building up an army, on building up units, less so when it comes to expanding or taking up or going for harassment, going for drop play. And we should be working towards those early tanks. Double Cyclone initially, I understand that, but this ideally, oh, never mind, add-on swap here into Stim. Okay, huh. This is something that I haven't quite seen before. On the one hand, I appreciate this, but at the same time, this move out is going to be weakened. As you can see, even Green Art, his production is going to be delayed. He won't have any tank production as he has no tech lab on that factory. This is an earlier Starport before that third Rax is even done, so this feels a little bit jumbled. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think Green Art can actually afford the Medivacs here. It's a little bit mistimed. Ideally, you want to go for the add-on swap and get the reactor on the Starport and make 2 Medivacs at a time. But I don't think Green Art can afford that right now. Yeah. Get into his upgrades. So a little bit of a messy build here from Green Art. But we're getting there. Aggressive nonetheless. There's the add-on swap. Likewise, Bomyoja across the map, getting into his own charge follow-up. Okay, Blink into charge. No Forge, no +1. This will delay the third, so the third base is delayed for Bomyoja, as it does focus and prioritize charge instead. Medivac's now going to be on the way. And the Observer sees the bio production. Going further into the main. Oh, he wants that Cyclone. Oh, he wants it. And barely doesn't get it. Whew, Cyclone does escape. Gets a Medivac. Not bad. Gets a Medivac. And the Cyclone for a Stalker. Not a bad pickup. Does he notice that Shimmer? Does not. Observer does get away. Behind this, getting a third CC. Is building up towards a longer game state. And we'll see what Green Art can get done with this move out. Again, he has Stim, he has Combat Shields. He has a hefty bio army. Bomyoja behind this, getting his own third up and running, building up more chargelets. Bomyoja, he is slowing this down. Breaks the lock-on. I feel like Bomyoja should be safe, especially with charge done. Like, charge has completed, so he should be okay here. Zel's take a lapse in, catching up the bio, not bad. Ooh, as we're gonna lose everything. The Medivacs, they have all gone down. And Green Art, he will lose his entire army here. He does get collapsed upon. Yeah, he was just a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too excited. He will lose everything. And Bomyoja takes the lead. Let's go. Yo, can we take this all the way? Green Art back at home. I mean, there's no bunkers, there's 0 tanks. Remember, the factory has not been making anything this game. No tank production, no widow mines. I knew that Bomyoja would be safe and sound back at home, but alas, Greenert, he got completely caught out. And now Bomyoja can try to break the natural. He doesn't need to, though. If he wanted to, he could just take a third base, saturate his third, build up towards splash damage, Colossus, second Robo. He finds a way into the main. Going for the add-ons, not bad. Oh my god, nice, really the add-ons. And likewise, Charge will say dive into the natural. This feels like a little bit of an overextension, but it looks like he will get on top of the factory. Does force a lift. But did bleed out Stalkers and Zealots. So far, not the best trade from Bomyoja. Better engage here from Greenert instead. Greenert's only losing 4 Marines, but he was forced to cancel some add-ons. True, add-ons were cancelled, but the third base now being taken. Bomyoja, it was his turn to overextend. He does pull away, does preserve his army, and now it's time for that next step. Now it's time for, I was gonna say proper 3-base saturation. Bomyoja, he is supply blocked. So his macro is lacking a little bit here. This is delaying his 3-base saturation. Likewise, behind this, going double forge, double upgrades into Colossus production. Bomyoja at least finding other ways to spend his money, but his macro is lacking a little bit. So it does poke in. Greener now is on proper 3-base saturation. As Greener gets his third, Bomyoja should be thinking about his fourth. But no 4th base yet. I would argue that actually the 4th base is late for Bomyoja, especially after gaining map control. I think there was, and after confirming that there's a 3rd CC, that would have been the moment for a 3rd expansion, sorry, for a 4th expansion for Bomyoja, but didn't quite happen. Did not quite happen. Now getting a 2nd Robo, now we get the 4th. Ooh, it's gonna be delayed. Is delayed. Greener does push, and he has taken that supply lead. Unlike Bomyoja, Greener, he has been spending his money, has been on top of his macro cycles. Toon drop into the main base, bold move out of Greener. He's going for it. Oh my god, does go for the boost. Bomyoja out of position, production under fire. And can Greener take this fight? Again, that's gonna be 2 Colossus diving in. Greener, he kites back. Oh, he is going to be trapped here, and Greener, he's going to lose everything. I say that takes down the Zealots, getting on top of the Stalkers, but the Colossus, they just rain down on the bio. Yeah, they will shut this down. And this is where the Doom Drop wasn't really worth it here. I mean, he traded against the Zealots, that's true. He disrupted some of the production, but he didn't deny any upgrades, he didn't kill any tech. You can see here he lost Marauders, Bio, Medivacs for trading with Zealots really more than anything. So not an ideal trade here from the Terran. I mean, Protoss buildings, they're quite tanky. You know, she put enough time. Race down. There he goes off. Nice splits. Nice splits from Greenert. Looking for another way in. Oh, Yanja pushing into a concave. Nice pre-split. That was going to be going off. Better connections. Oh my god. They do connect. Bomyoja, he can take this fight. Another Nova goes off. Another big connection. Does miss the final Nova though. Disruptor's going to be going down. Nice PiGosaur here by Greenert. Takes down 3. Now 4th Disruptor. So Bomyoja does overextend. Loses all of his Disruptors. His army looking a lot more vulnerable now. Greenert, he just keeps rallying. Just keeps rallying across. Getting another expansion, getting a 4th base. Up! That's into the Colossus. He does want them. He's gonna get one at least. Takes out a Colossus. Yeah, Sims on forward, and Bomyoja, he will not take this fight. Bleeds out 2 Colossus even. And Greener, he wants the final 2. He wants all of them. He's greedy. And he may get them as well. As Bomyoja is running out of Zealots, he has to pull away. No shield batteries, no shield batteries, no defensive position here. No defensive setup support at the 4th. Bomyoja pulling away. Greener, what does he want? Does he go for the 3rd, the 4th, or the main base? Or the main army? Sentry's morphing in for force fields. It feels too late for that though. I mean, they're good force fields, don't get me wrong. To delay the army. But Greener, he still stems in. Yeah, he still has far too much. Breaks through the sentries. Gets on top of the Immortal. And then the support just is not there for Bomyoja. He's trying, Pat. He's trying. We're bringing more Zealots, more Immortals, but the Colossus are exposed. And they're being hunted down. This time there are Vikings. Shield battery helps, but it's not good enough. GG gets called, and Greener will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Greener, he does claim the series. Shout out to Bomyoja though, because here in game 2 we had a much stronger showing from our Protoss player. Again, he did take a better fight, he had a strong start, but as we saw, maybe Bomyoja got a little bit too excited. After he won the fight, after he cleaned up the army in the center of the map, what happened? He got supply blocked. He got supply blocked. His 4th base was late. Bomyoja, he was, if you remember, he tried to break the natural and he traded poorly doing so. So again, it did feel like maybe he got a little bit too excited after getting a lead, and he lost that lead. Did lose that lead, and with that, Greener, he recovered, he bounced back, and Greener 2-0s. GG, well played. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, as Greener, he will claim the series. And now we have some catching up to do. Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? As we head on over here to the bracket, and there's a lot to catch up on. From the top, we have Hero. Hero, he is waiting for the winner of Luciano and Ateshi. Best of luck to our Chilean Terran and South Korean Protoss player. Best of luck to Luciano and Ateshi. Scrolling down, we have Epic. Epic, he is waiting for the winner of Shameless and the STC. Wait, no, sorry, I'm a little bit blind. Shameless and Stek, okay. STEC, my apologies. So Epic waiting for the winner of that series. Beyond is up against Pig in the 2nd round. Yo, Shovka takes the map off of Pig? Not bad, not bad. Shout out to Shovka, of course. Pig is up against Beyond. Meanwhile, Rebellion waiting for the winner of Geralt and Employment. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Max Pax. He's up against Greener, so that might be our next series. So we'll be potentially jumping into that. We have Bunny up against Percival in the 2nd round. Cure versus Mute, and Rogue versus Nickracked. Oh my god, that's a juicy series. Oh my god. And they're currently in game. And yeah, there are certain matchups that are definitely speaking to me here. Looking at that 2nd round, again, Nickracked versus Rogue looks amazing. And that leads into the winner of Cure and Mute. Likewise, Bunny versus Percival. Winner goes up against Max Pax and Greenert. I would love to get into those lower matches, but again, for the time being, we're kind of lying in wait. Un momento. Okay. We have our next series. We have our next setup. And we're going to be jumping into Rogue versus Nickracked. They just wrapped up game 1, and we are jumping into game number 2. Let's go. We go. Hey, causa, habla, pe. ¿Qué estás hablando, papi? Pero peruano, sí, papi, sí. Soy peruano, Pero aquí estamos narrando, gastando en inglés, papi. This morning in the top right-hand corner of Era Home, we have our Red Protoss player. Our Red Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. Currently down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. It is Nicaract. And this morning, in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into game number 2. Again, Rogue does take that lead. Nicaract is known for his aggression, is what I will say, in the TVZ matchup. Likewise, coming into this, Nicaract is going to be spawning into Era Home. Era Home, and we were just here, but this is a rush map, short rush distance by ground. Likewise, the bases are quite close together as well, and we'll see how Nicaract will make use of this map, make use of Era Home. I'm ready. I'm excited. Let's go. Speaking on, I guess Spanish a little bit here, as oh no, I feel bad for the fan of Max Packs now. Never mind. I'm sure we'll get into some Max Packs later on in the evening. Don't you worry. But speaking on, I guess, Spanish a little bit, I know Enki, he did offer for me to jump on to a Spanish podcast, and it's tempting. I'll be honest, I'm not too. What's the best way of putting this? I'm not too confident. No tengo mucho confianza in my Spanish, just because I never properly learned Spanish. Obviously, I learned through my parents and through my grandparents and through my family, my uncles, aunties, all that stuff when it comes to being raised and speaking Spanish at home. But it's not like I formally learned Spanish. So because of that, basically my Spanish is very conversational. There are a lot of words that I'm not too familiar with. Basically, I can understand everything. I can listen to, I even listen to the podcast every now and then, and everything's fine. But I can see myself having a hard time expressing myself at times, just because there are certain more specific words that I just don't use, in everyday modern conversations. Conversationally, there are certain words that you just don't use very often, and because of that, my vocabulary, that's probably a better way of putting it, my vocabulary is a little bit more limited. So that's why I know there've been requests to hear me cast in Spanish. No shot. There's no shot I could ever it's just it'll be too difficult. I can understand cast in Spanish, but doing it myself, I'm not too confident in. When it comes to going on a podcast, then maybe that will be possible. I think that will be a little bit easier, but we'll see. We'll see. Shout out to Enki, by the way. El Hermoso. El Hermoso. Much love to Enki. Did offer. Now though, gonna be settling in. We do have our show. Oh my, we're just waiting for a link flood. Oh my god. We have 28 links on the way, and it's gonna be all or nothing. Back at home, Nicaract gonna be going for a BC opener back at home, going for the Fusion Core, going for battle cruisers. Meanwhile, Rogue is going for a massive link flood early on. Does avoid the initial Reaper Hellion. And we spoke about this earlier. Era Home is known for being a rush map, a short rush distance by ground. Rogue, he's taking full advantage of that by flooding in towards that natural base. Nicaract, he does miss the move out, is unaware. And ideally, Rogue, he's waiting for the Hellions. Basically, there are 4 Hellions back at home. He sees the move out. He sees 2. 2 move out. As they move out, Rogue moves in. Does flood in. Up, he wants to surround it. Does want it. Hellions, they pull back in time, they get behind the mineral line. Butlings, they get to surround 1 Hellion full, 2nd Hellion as well. And Nicaract, he will clean this up, but after taking some losses here. 2 Hellions, 6 SCVs, Nicaract, he will defend. And Nicaract, he doesn't get scouted. Bear this in mind. BC production still underway, Rogue coming in for the scout. He will confirm. I love the fake out though. What do we see? Cloak. Fake Cloak, he's faking out Banshee play. Making it look normal. Rogue, he pulls away. Back at home, Queens are amassing. We should be seeing Spores as well. Rogue is going to be getting ready for Banshees, which coincides in a way with Battlecruiser. Yo. That's a second starport. Are we going to board BC? It's gonna take a while, but okay, let's go. Second starport, massing up more battle cruisers. Nickracht, he's gonna commit, and we'll see how this works out for him. We'll see if he's able to bank up those BCs, and if he moves out with the first one, if he waits for a second. Hellions poke in, BC teleports in towards the main, or actually on top of the queens. It's going for the queens, he gets one. He wants the others. Queens, they're going to be targeted down, they're going to be lacking transfuse. Gets one, gets a second queen. Yeah, second queen goes down, gets a third queen as well. Good pickups here by Nickracht, gets a fourth queen. Now he has to pull away. Has to pull away, BC will survive. And Nickracht, he doesn't break Rogue, but he does trade well. As long as he doesn't lose the BC. Pulls away, Hellions likewise, they dive into the mineral line, they at least attempt to. Lynx are keeping up. Nickracht, he will pull out. Oh, gets surrounded though. It gets caught on creep. Now on the one hand, Rogue defends. Rogue defends, he does preserve his mineral line, he's on a relatively healthy drone count, but little does he know that Nickracht, he's doubling down. 2-port BC here, we have Yamato on the way as well. Nickracht, he commits, he's doubling down. And we'll see if he's able to catch Rogue with his pants down. Rogue, he's going for the safety Spire, thankfully. He's going for the Spire. With this, he's going to Corruptor, going to Mutas. Cannon built up. So far, he's rotating, keeping it with the Hellions. Likewise, for three BCs they teleport in. Oh my, that's just so many BCs. Is 7 queens gonna be enough? Speaking of, one queen is gonna go down. Oh, yeah, she does get the one transfuse, but queens are being targeted one after the other. Queens are falling. He gets 1, 2, 3, 4 queens fall. Hellions, they bust into the mineral line, and he finds the Spire. He finds that he's gonna shut it down. And with that, Nickracht, he may just take the game. One BC's getting low, but GG gets called. He overwhelms, and Nickracht ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played. We are going to game 3. Again, very nice catch there by Nickracht. Going 2-port BC, went unscouted. And as you saw, 7 queens, not enough. Not enough there to deal with those battle cruisers. Likewise, the Spire got found, Spire got focused down. And with that, we have a back and forth. We have a series. Let us go. And there is a chance here that Nickracht can eliminate Rogue from the tournament. Where are we dropping though? What is our next map? Up next, Starchild. Ooh, one of the larger maps in the map pool. So Starchild is a macro map, much larger, and because of that, aggression is going to be less favored here. It goes both ways. Rogue with his Link Flood going to be less effective, I should say. Likewise, Nickracht with his BC aggression most likely is not going to work 2 games in a row. So what are we going for? We're here to find out. We'll see how this story ends. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Starchild, we have our red Terran player. We have our red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Nickracht. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons, being forced into game 3. Can he bounce back? Or does his tournament run end here and now? It is Rogue. Good. Me gusta tu voz, man. Yo, gracias. I appreciate it. So now we're settling in. Now settling into our game. And again, we'll see how our players do diverge. Now, when it comes to Star Child, as I just mentioned, the Star Child has a much more defendable natural and third and even fourth location, is a larger map in the map pool, it's more macro oriented. Now, the map does open up throughout the course of the game. There are a lot of rocks, and once they get knocked down, it is easier to rotate between these bases and to punish a defending player. But up until those 4 bases, it is a little bit easier to secure yourself. So we do expect a longer game here on Star Child. We'll see if Nickrak tries to be aggressive and tries to be a little bit cheeky, but for the most part, I feel like we're expecting to get into at least a 3-base setup, a 3-base economy. We'll see if Nickrak does diverge. Same with Rogue. Now, if we do expect Rogue to play standard and play macro, we do expect to see Lingbane Hydra into lurker tech. Rogue, he's very fond of rushing into lurkers and rushing into the late game. That's where Rogue really thrives. That's where he can take it to the best of them. We'll see if he does head in that direction here. Go. As Reaper does move out, dances with the Lings. I believe Rogue, yep, he did hide his drone. It does take us third on time, on location. Not too much issue. Does claim his third. Likewise, Reaper pokes in. Gonna be zoned away. Rogue is holding, and there's no major losses. Nickrak, he scouts, he checks, does confirm the third location, and we'll see if he goes for something different here. Now this time it is 3cc, but it's not a 3cc 111, it is a 3cc 211. That is a second rack on the way. We are going for a stim timing. So much more aggressive here by Nickrak. Now, there are some pros and cons to this build that Nickrak is going for, as he does, once again, dance with the Lings. But the big con here is we're going to be lacking Hellions. We are opening with some Hellions, that is true. We're getting our first 2, and we're getting a 3rd and 4th Hellion as well, but we shouldn't be committing into any more than this. 4 Hellions at the most to keep us somewhat safe and to have some map control, but this is going to be a far call from the otherwise 6 to 8 Hellions that we're used to here. So cutting Hellion production early on, we're going for an add-on swap into mainly bioproduction into that stim timing. Now this should be with 14 Marines. 14 Marines, double medevac stim timing on the way for Nickrak. Now because the Hellion count is going to be lower, this does mean that the creep from Rogue is going to go more uncontested. Not completely, but it's going to be difficult for Nickrak to really punish some of these tumors more so than he usually can. So the creep is going to get a little bit more uncontested, a little bit more out of control. Likewise, Rogue will be able to drone up more greedily here because of the lower Hellion count. Likewise, he can skip on link production, and Rogue can cut some corners. He can cut corners up until a certain point because that stim timing is on the way. Now we should be going for another add-on swap. The factory is only making add-ons, going for the reactor, add-on swap into reactor and medevac. There's that swap. And once the medevacs arrive, then Nickrak can push. And now with these Marines, the goal is to hunt down Overlords, hunt down Queens, and maintain map control that way. Instead of going mass Hellion, is with bio production instead. So kind of a different approach here. It's a different approach. And this makes the most sense on larger maps. The reason for this is because Hellions are less effective anyway on Star Child, just because the map is so large, just because it can be so awkward rotating in between these attack paths. Committing into Hellions makes a little bit less sense on a map like Star Child or Abyssal Reef or Neon Violet Square or King's Cove. This is why most Terrans avoid that. And here come those 14 Marines. As we mentioned, 14 Marines. They do move out. The reason why there's not 16 is, if you recall, we did make an extra pair of Hellions. These Marines do move out. Make the way towards that 5th. As Rogue is double expanding, Queens are in position, and with the Queens here, Rogue, he should hold. And Rogue, he's up to 10 Queens. army sims in. Again, clearing a creep. Does get an overlord as well, not bad. Now, Nickrat, he cannot engage with the queens head-on, but he can skirt around the edge and deny more creep. Behind this, it is going to be Lingbane out of Rogue. Getting into 1-1 upgrades. Boros on the way. And rushing into Hive. Now, I was expecting, if you recall at the start of the game, I mentioned how Rogue, he typically does like to go Lingbane Hydra into Lurker Tech, and that's kind of like his go-to in this matchup. But I don't see a Hydra Den, which means this looks like Lingbane into Ultra. Oh boy. And Lingbane Ultra can hit quite hard. It definitely has a big power spike, especially before there are ghosts, before there are heavy Marauder counts. As Nickrat moves out, we're getting ready for a massive Lingbane run-by. Nickrat, he does pull back home though. Does pull back around. Bane's waddling into the mineral line. Nickrat, he does pull away. Does pull away. The Banelings are very slow, they cannot engage. But this buys time. Again, Baneling speed was delayed in favor of 1-1 upgrades, so late Baneling speed out of Rogue. He gets punished for it. But the pit is now done, and we should be commencing the Hive momentarily. There we go. Hive is on the way. This almost confirms it is going to be Lingbane Ultra. Well, Nickrat, he does start his Ghost Academy. Let's go. Working towards Ghosts. Double jump across the map. Nickrat just creating distraction. Likewise, Baneling speed is done this time. Nickrat, he does have to take care. Is pushing onto creep. He's being very careful though. Sieges up on the high ground. Does take it slow. Rogue, he responds. Hive is about to finish. Rogue is the first to max out. And we are waiting for that Ultra Cavern. As the Hive is now done. First Erling run by. Oof. Runs into the army. There's the Ultra Cavern, as I did mention. Now, when it comes to Lingbane Ultra, the power spike, of course, arrives with the Ultras. The downside of this composition, and the downside of this build that Rogue is going for, is lack of anti-air. As you can see, no Hydra Den. So there's no Hydras, there's no Spire, there's no Mutas, there's no Corruptors. The anti-air has to be reliant on Vipers. That's where Vipers come into play. That's where Power Bombs come into play. That's going to be like the main anti-air for Rogue. Ooh, is that a kill? It's a kill, not bad. Kill, not a cancel. But this means that Nickrat, he can be more aggressive and more successful with these drops. We can see that Nickrat, for the most part, is staying back home though. I mean, that's the downside of having such a large map. Nickrat, he's a little bit less incentivized to go for this drop play. So the bases are more or less untouched. Outside of the death of that hatchery, of course. Rogue does move out, runs into the drop. Likewise, Rogue setting up his own Dropper Lords here on the left hand side towards the center. Oh, Nickrat, he will take some Banelings to the face. Nice target fire. Oh my god, target fires every single Baneling. Nickrat trading well here. Still forced to lift, but he does come across the Dropper Lords. Yeah, massive scout here for Nickrat. He does see the Dropper Lords. He is aware. Has turrets in position. The Dropper Lords are really a distraction. Rogue, he rotates towards the left hand side. And Nickrat, he does take the bait. He doesn't know that they're empty. Lingbane rolls in, the army's out of position, and Rogue is going for the Planetary. Planetary is going to go down. Yeah, Nickrat caught with his pants down. And he will lose the expansion. He will lose the Planetary. Banelings will be rolling in. Oh, they crash into Ghosts. get two ghosts. Two ghosts go down, and Nigrat, he might just be forced to counterattack. As he has to do something. Yeah, he has to push in. Does need to move in, but there are 12 Banelings on the way. There's 4 Ultras as well. It's not going to be easy. Rogi just keeps counterattacking. So I'll just keep going. Base is going to fall. Lings are coming from behind. A little bit premature. As they say, time on the tanks, they will get them. 2 tanks go down. Ultras have been amassing. Does find all the ghosts as well. Yeah, they get left behind. No, the ghosts. They get left behind. Ghost count gets reset. And what was the answer to the Ultras? The answer was meant to be the ghosts, and they've all gone down. Now there are no ghosts. Vipers come in with their power bombs. As I mentioned, that's the anti-air. Ultras, they flood on in, and it looks like Nigrat has been broken. As Rogue, he breaks through the 4th base initially, and now the 3rd as well. Just too much Zerg. There's too much of a swarm. Takes down the tanks. GG gets called. There's nothing left, and Rogue will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Rogi will claim the series, but a big shout out to Nigrat, as Nigrat, he did amazingly here at forcing the ace match, at taking down Rogue in game 2, and even here in game 3, Nigrat, he was keeping up. Unfortunately, it was one wrong move, or one slip up, and if you remember what that moment was the Doom Drop. Was the fake Doom Drop from Rogue into the main base, did force a big reaction out of Nigrat. He was dragged out of position, and because of that, his 4th base was exposed. And that was the beginning of the end. Once he lost the 4th, he was all in. Once he lost the 4th base, he was all in. He was forced to push onto creep, he got surrounded, he lost everything, and the game ended from there. You could argue as well that that Nigrat, he was lacking a sensor tower. That would have let Nigrat know that there was an assault ready at the 4th base and it was coming in. Maybe that would have given him a little bit more time. Likewise, it's just a hard call to make, just because you see all those dropper lords, you assume they're full of units, but they weren't, right? They were empty, and yeah, Nigrat, he was deceived in that way. GG. GG, well played. Rogi will claim the series, and with that, question becomes, where are we headed next? What is our next series? Let's switch our teams over and catch up on the bracket. Let us catch up. From the top, Hero takes down Ateshi 2-0. Ateshi took down Luciano 2-1. Went to the ace match. Shout out to Luciano. But Hero does make it to the quarterfinals, waiting for the winner of Epic and Stek. As Stek was able to take down Shameless. Looks like a walkover. Looks like a walkover in the first round. Scrolling down, we do have Beyond versus Pig still ongoing. Geralt versus Rebellion also still ongoing. Scrolling down further, we have Max Pax. Max Pax takes down Greener 2-0. And do we have any other updates here? There we go. Takes down Greener 2-0. Max Pax, he's waiting for his next opponent. Waiting for the winner of Bunny and Percival. Likewise, Cure and Mute still ongoing as well. So it looks like we are still waiting for the round of 16 to wrap up. We have a couple of quarterfinalists, but for the most part, we have some downtime. And ideally, we do want to wait for Cure and Mute to wrap up and follow that into Rogue. Likewise, we also have the potential Bunny Percival into Max Pax as well. In general, we're focusing on the lower half of the bracket. Best of luck to those in the upper half of the bracket. Am I missing something? Am I crazy? Did I not see Solar in the brackets? Hold on. Hold on. Am I crazy? Am I losing it a little bit here? I guess so. Okay. For some reason, I thought I saw Solar's name earlier, but no, never mind. So from here, we are going to be having a bit of downtime. We're going to be having a bit of downtime here. I am tempted to follow Rogue into potentially Cure or Mute. That is most likely where we are headed next. Just focusing on the lower half. He did the evening broadcast. Monday night weeklies. Let's see. Number 7. Number 8. Oh my god, Solar, Jesus. He made it all the way to the finals. Impressive. Oh my, he took down Clem. Oh, that's crazy. Solar, calm down. But it looks like Solar, he actually stayed up to play in the Monday Night Weekly, which means most likely, yeah, he went to bed. Most likely did go to bed. As that must have ended like at what, like 5 a.m. his time? Jesus. So, Solar, he went full degen, but it was worth it in the end. Well played. Very impressive. Very impressive. But we do have some downtime. But he's sleeping? Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's a very late event. And, I mean, Hero, he's used to that sort of thing. Like, Hero, for the past couple of weeks, we do point this out, but Hero, he goes full degen, he goes full marathon, and he's, like, one of the only players that plays in every single, Open Cup, back to back to back. But, we're going to be going on a short break. So, we're going to be going on a short break here, and when we return, we will be back with our next series. So, we'll see you guys after the short break. We'll either be jumping into Cure versus Mute, or the winner against Rogue. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We are here. We're back with our next series, with our next matchup, with the quarterfinals, with our ZVT. We've been following Rogue here as he just took down Nickrat, and now he's up against Cure in the next round. Here we go. We're here in the quarterfinals, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into RTVZ. Coming into this, I mean, I can see this going either way. Did mention previously that Rogue is known for rushing into lurkers, but we didn't actually see that against Nickrat. We'll see if we indulge into that against Cure instead. Again, Rogue likewise has been looking very impressive over the past couple of weeks. I know that he did have a big rise in popularity back during Star Wars Agora last year, and then it kind of submerged a little bit. Then there was a bit of a slump, or if not, just a bit of a step back from the game. Rogue has been less active throughout the course of December and January, but now has been playing in more open cups. Great to see. Rogue, he often doesn't play in open cups, mainly only playing in the Lima League or maybe like a KSL here or there, but this week he played in WGCB Monday and also in the PiGosaur Monday as well. I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason, Rogue, he has been more active in these open cups over the past week. Great to see. Great to see here. Great to see Rogue being more active and potentially looking to take the mantle of Dark when it comes to the best Zerg player in South Korea. Right now there is competition for that though, and again, I did mention previously that Solar did have a surprising result last night as well by taking down Clem. But I imagine a part of that is also maybe the new map pool as well, the new TLMC maps. That could also be a factor. We'll see. We shall see. So far we are moving in. Cure going for a standard opener himself, just going for a max expand. Likewise, Hatch gas pool out of Rogue. Never played StarCraft, but I love your casting. Oh, thank you, Pappy, thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Ah. I mean, you're in good company. I mean, StarCraft nowadays is more of a spectator sport. Like, a lot of people don't play the game. Most people watch the game nowadays just because it can be very stressful, very intense, and it can be very difficult to maintain skill as well in StarCraft. So it's all good. The issue at times comes when people are very opinionated about the game while also still not playing the game. It's like, I mean, that's Reddit in a nutshell. That's Reddit for you. Aye. But thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Glad you enjoy StarCraft. Glad you enjoy the stream. As from here, we are going to be settling in. For now, standard openers. We'll keep an eye on Cure. He does go 3CC into Banshee, so very standard setup here. Again, Cure, he doesn't really want to deviate too much. He doesn't really want to mix things up too hard. Just getting to his own standard follow-up. Into Hellion, into Banshee, to harass across the map to maintain control and to maintain eyes on Rogue. Let's see if Rogue can keep up. See if he can keep up. Ling does slip in, gets a full scout, confirms the 1-1-1, gets behind the mineral line. I mean, after what just happened against Nickrat, he's a little bit paranoid here about BCs. For those that weren't here previously, Rogue, he did drop a map to Nickrat as he was caught off guard by 2-port BC production, but here we see that it is going to be Banshee play. So standard stuff here out of Cure, and Rogue confirms. Behind this, Rogue going double Evo Chamber, so a little bit of a greedier build here by Rogue, going double Evo Chamber into double upgrades before Lair, before Tech, before Bathing Speed. The downside is that Bathing Speed is going to be more delayed. The upside is he is prioritizing and embracing those upgrades a lot faster. So it is a greedy style here from Rogue. We'll see if he can get away with it. Likewise, Cure back at home, just getting his third base. Has yet to really be active with a Hellion Banshee yet, as he actually did cut Hellion production a little bit earlier. He got up to 6 Hellions. 6 Hellions, then straight into bio production, into his own double E base, into his own bio. Here we go. Advances a poke in so far, getting a couple of drone kills, getting what, three drones so far. 3 up to 4. Pretty good damage. Again, the Spore was unfortunately unburrowed at the time. Gets up to 5 drones. And we're not done by the... Oh my god. This is getting a little bit out of hand. What's important here is the Banshees, they survive. They survive. They're in the dead space. They get 7 drone kills in total. Very nice damage by Cure. He does keep the Banshees alive. And behind this is building up towards his eventual 7-minute push. Building up Marines, tank production as well. Stim is now done. And Cure, he will soon be pushing as he gets 11 drones. Oh my god. 11 drone kills. Insane. Does dip away. And Cure, he can always come back home and repair. So very efficient trades here from Cure. Gets 11 workers, does race back. Back at home, he's now starting his initial move out. And behind this, Rogue is once again rushing into an early infestation pit. Okay, you have my attention. Now, we saw against Nickrat, once we saw the pit on the way, we assumed it was going to be Lingbane into Ultra. I'm making that same assumption here, where we have no Hydrogen, we have no Spire, we have no any other tech. So in my mind, this must be to get into Ultras. So Lingbane into Ultra here from Rogue. We'll see if he can get there. Here he is commencing his push. Now, I believe the armory is almost done, so we can morph in those Hellbats. This move out's actually hitting a little bit later. We expect to see this hit around 7 minutes. Now we've reached 7:40. Rogue has had time to build up his Lingbane. Remember, his upgrades are done. And Rogue, he does counterattack, does hit the third. SV's going to be falling. Cure, he's out of position. SV's going to be going down. Oh my god, 10 workers do fall. We do have some fire back at him to defend. But Cure, he is distracted. And can he break the 4? Ideally he can, but that's a lot of Queens. That's a lot of Banelings. And Queens, they move in. Banelings, they crash on forward. Take down the first tank. So far, better trade for Cure, but he did lose 11 SCVs back at home. Mining is denied at the 3rd. And Rogue, he's just buying time for more reinforcements, more Lings, more Banelings. Cure still pushing out. Rogue going for another counterattack. Or even a surround. It's going to be close. Banelings, they roll in once again. Up! No managed connections. Lings, they come in from behind. They catch reinforcements. They get on top of a tank. Not bad. Tank goes down. Cure, he stims forward. Does stim forward. Guys diving on the main army. Oh, good. And pushing up the creep here is not going to be easy. The tanks are a little bit too far back. Yeah, tanks are too far back, and Rogue, he does punish the army. Despite that, reinforcements still arriving. Tanks are pushing forward. And Rogue, he's so close, sorry, Cure, he's so close to breaking the expansion, to breaking the hatchery, and he will. Whew. Did break his way through. Getting on top of the hatchery. Banshees, Lackbats coming in from behind. Forcing back the Queens, and the hatchery will fall. So nice pick up here by Cure. And from here, I don't think he should keep going. He could rotate over towards the right hand side instead. But for now, he wants a gold. He may get this base as well. That's still a lot of Lingbane building up for Rogue. But has he bled out too much? Oh my god, the tank boys are brutal. Yeah, he can just keep pushing. He can just keep pushing. He will break the gold. Rogue, he's forced to engage, forced to fight, pushing into tank fire. And Rogue, he will hold on, cleans up every single tank. But last Cure, he's not done. He should be, though, as he's overextending. Speaking of extending links, they run into reinforcements, and Cure, he just keeps rallying. Loses another tank. That's 4 tanks going down. But he wants that base. He's not leaving without it. Not leaving without it, and he will get it. Hatchery falls. And with that, Rogue, he just can't keep up. Rogue, he's lost too many expansions. He's losing too much larva. He just cannot keep up production-wise. Ultra production has begun, though. We have 3 ultras on the way, but they will not have kindness plating. They're going to be lacking upgrades. As they're going to be stuck on 2-2. Here he rotates once again, knocking down another expansion. Now, the plus side here is that Cure, he has no further tech at the moment. He has no ghosts, he has no marauders. This is purely marine tank. Pure marine tank out of Cure. Just now starting up his own marauder production. He scans. May have caught a glimpse there of the Ultra. Yeah, now he has. And now he rotates. Now he does rotate. The goal here would be to apply pressure towards the southern base. And Rogue could stabilize. Rogue is behind. That is true. Rogue is behind. He's down in workers. He's down in bases. He's down in production. Rogue is in a rough position. But at least he has the ultras. And that might be enough to allow him to double expand. To recover, take the goal base, take the base on the left-hand side. We'll see if it is enough. In. Where's Rogue collapsing on the base? Looks like he's going for the planetary, but he will lose his ultra though. And the CC lifts. Yeah, CC does lift in time. Ultra does get into the middle line, getting 5 SCVs. This is okay down. It's not worth it. Not worth losing 2 ultras. 2 ultras for 5 SCVs. Again, Rogue was hoping for a little bit more. A lot more, actually. And Cure's maxed. Cure, he's maxed out. And again, the win condition typically in this matchup is kill the 4th. And he did. I mean, he didn't just kill the 4th, he killed the gold as well. Killed the 4th and the 5th. Rogue, he does go for another link run by. Cure, forces turn around. Beating out 11 SCVs. He's at 11 workers. Cure, he's looking for a fight. It's going to be delayed. It's very important. Nice arc here from Rogue. And he has how many ultras? He has 7. 7 ultras for Rogue. And Cure, he wants none of it. Again, remember, no ghosts. 0 ghosts for Cure. The Ghost Academy just now begins. This is a late reaction here. It seems like Cure, he was hoping to end the game. He was hoping to end the game a lot sooner. He was hoping to end the game with this push, and now he realizes that the ultra count is too high, and now that's a late realization. And Rogue, he's maxing. Rogue is maxing out. Rogue, he has a comparable army. Rogue can still win this game. He's still in this. Does push forward, catching out some of the bio. Remember, it's a very tanky armor. Oh my god, the railings! Balins, they crash in. And Cure, he's on the run. Yeah, brutal fight for Cure. He will lose a lot of his army. The Marines, the Marauders, they go down. Rogue, he just commits. He just commits across the map, and he can end the game with this push. Cure, he knows he cannot fight this. And again, it was just a really late Ghost Academy, really late switch into Ghost production. Without them, he's struggling. As the planetary goes down, trading a base for a base, we're just going for the base race. Going for the base trade. As Cure does catch reinforcements, ultras, they actually race back home. Oh no! They race back home. Through the liberation, through the freedom. And remember, the anti-air is limited here. We can pick up, we can just leave. Yeah, we just pick up, we can boost away. No ultra into the liberation zones once again. And we're still in this game here. Now, Cure, his economy is struggling, right? He's down to 41 SCVs. His economy has been stifled. Meanwhile, Rogue, he has bottom right. He has a fresh expansion getting up and running. Rogue, he can remax. Kira, less so. Kira, he needs that gold. Meanwhile, Ghost Academy's done, and Ghosts are on the way. Now he has snipes. Now suddenly, the army here for Kira is that much better. He's got how many Liberators here? Gee, 7. 7 Liberators, a couple of Ghosts, a couple of Snipes, a heavier Marauder count. Kira's army is much better against Ultra. Much better. But is it enough? Now, Kira has a massive army. I think so. I'll be honest, I think it is enough. But he's forced to split up his army. He's defending back at home. I think in a head-on fight, Kira, he will win this. The Viper may complicate things. As Ling Rumbites continue. Freedom does set up. Fury pulls away. And he's punishing these Ultras. He gets 2 already. Yeah, 2, 3, 4 Ultras going down. And Rogue, he takes a brutal fight. Yeah, not for Rogue. He will lose almost all of his Ultras. That was half his Ultras falling. And Kira's going for the kill. He's going in for the kill. Liberation has arrived, and there's just too much freedom. There's too much freedom. Snipes go off as well. And Kira's done it. He has done it. He takes down the main army. GG gets called, and Cure, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Cure does take a lead in the series, does take the first game. Congratulations here. Again, Cure, he had momentum early on. Now, there was a moment where Rogue was able to max out on Ultra, and Cure, he had yet to transition into those Ghosts. If you remember, we were having almost a base trade where Rogue had taken down the 3rd base, and meanwhile, Cure had taken down the 4th or 5th base of Rogue, where they had trade bases for bases, and then Rogue made the decision to turn around. He did decide to turn back around, whereas I feel like he probably could have kept going to get more critical damage. When he turned around, he didn't really get anything for it. Remember, he turned around and all he did was force Cure to lift up, and Cure, he preserved the army. So in the end, Cure, he did get the better of that base trade. He did get the better of that base race even, and Rogue was all in. The reality there, Rogue, he was pretty committed. He had to end the game then and there. He failed to do so, and then Cure got out of hand. Got out of control. GG. GG, well played. And from here, we are getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2. And do we get to the ace match, or does the series end here and now? As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our South Korean Terran player, our blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. We go. I'm not going to be settling in. We are going to be settling in here, and again, Cure, he does have these brutal 7-minute pushes. I mean, we saw this push for Cure was a little bit later. It was like at 7:30, 7:40, but still did break Rogue nonetheless, and that's what we kind of expect to see here as well. These kind of build up towards these 3 base pushes to break the 4th of the Zerg player. And we'll see how Rogue will adjust, how he will change his approach. Love this game. It's incredible. Wish I could have gone more into it when I was younger. That's fair. That's fair. Fair, Pat, fair. You get a sense of the hype by watching some of the 2012 era tournaments. Yeah, I haven't seen many of those. Again, I didn't get into, like, I got into StarCraft in the beta, but I didn't watch like any events until Heart of the Swarm. I've said this before, but basically I didn't get into watching live esports until Total Biscuit made Axiom, and then I had a reason to. So I would watch GSTL, I would watch GSL, I would watch WCS. Initially introduced by the Axiom players like Crank, like Alicia, Ryung, Hart, Mia, and all the others. That would have been back in 2013. Before that, I would just like watch like casts and VODs from like Total Biscuits or Husky or HD StarCraft. I also couldn't really watch StarCraft live at the time just because I didn't have the internet for it. Back then I had dial-up. I didn't get like ADSL until maybe like 2014, 2015 is when I got ADSL. Until then, dial-up, baby. Let's go. And even then, the ADSL was very slow in comparison to what we have now. It was like 70 kilobytes per second? No. Like 45 kilobytes per second, something like that. Oh, those are rough times. I would watch Twitch streams on the lowest possible setting on 240p, or I think back then it was like mobile setting, or both, or from one to the other, and it would still buffer. But I'd watch it anyway. It's how we enjoyed StarCraft. Meanwhile, 3ECC into Banshee. Oh, my apologies. I assumed it was going to be Banshee, but it's going to be Viking first out of Cure. So Cure, he does mix it up. Meanwhile, we do have a 2-base Muta out of Rogue. Bold move. No third expansion. You can see Cure is looking for it. Now, the reason why you can do this build on this map is because you can hide the lack of third base. Cure, for all he knows, there could have been an expansion here. There could have been a third, but Cure is in the dark. He's in the dark, he doesn't really know what's going on. Now we can see Rogue taking a much later expansion, and it's a big risk here rushing into 2-base Muta. So far, unscattered. So far, is unscattered. As Cure, he hasn't even seen the third. Again, I assume that he's making the assumption that it was taken here towards the south side instead. So Cure's playing the standard, getting into Banshee after the Viking. Yeah, he's... Cure, he opens up the southern path. He's making his way over. And Cure, he's about to confirm there is no expansion. Uh-oh, now he knows. Now he sees no base. No expansion on location. He's like, hold on, something's wrong. Something doesn't make sense here. There is no hatchery. What's happening? Well, we know it's Mutas. Back at home, Cure, he's not ready for this. He is not ready. For all Cure knows, this could be a 2-base Roach all-in. True, it could be Roaches, could be Muta. Those are the two things that come to mind. As Cure rotates once again, and the Mutas, they hit the field. They're making their way across the map. I would love to see a scan out of Cure to figure out what's happening, as he has yet to scan. The Banshee's right outside the main. Hellions, now he rotates, now he confirms. He confirms the expansion, but back at home, turrets are on the way. Yeah, now he knows. Now I realize something is wrong. Turrets are in production. They're finishing up just in time. Oh, but SCVs are getting caught out. Likewise, Hellions, they dive into the mineral line. They commit 11 drone kills. Very nice damage. Getting a little bit. 15. Oh my god. 15 workers go down. No spore in the main. Oh my god. No spore in the main base. Cure, he didn't have turrets, but then I just finished. Meanwhile, no spores in the main. 20 drone kills, and that one Banshee has 13 kills. 14 kills on the Banshee. Hellions, they roast up the mineral line, and Rogue, sure, the Mutas, they got unscattered. Sure, the Mutas, they get 12 SCVs, but that pales in comparison to the losses that Rogue just sustained. As Cure, he wreaked havoc. It's just too much damage. That's far too much. Remember, Rogue, he already had a late third. He already delayed his economy. He delayed his third base in favor of this build, and it's not worth it. It was not worth it in the end. Does get a couple more SCVs, but Rogue is hurting. Getting a couple more. Okay. Gets 16 SCV kills. That's a full mineral line. Is a full mineral line. And Cure, to make up for that, yeah, goes for the gold. Cure, he goes for the gold base. That will, I mean, Cure's in a better position at this point. So we're even on workers, and Cure has mules, and Cure has a gold base, so Cure, he's ahead economically. Cure is ahead, and the pressure's on Rogue to find more damage. he cannot engage, not into the Widow Mines. Rogue taking another expansion, building up more workers, getting to +2. Oh, stems in, catches the mutas. 3 mutas go down, ay. And Rogue, he's going to +2 air attack. What does that tell us? It tells us he's committing quite hard here into mass muta. Now, the other downside of going mutas, as we're seeing here, is lack of upgrades. Upgrades are heavily delayed because all your gas is being invested into pure muta production. So these are going to be 0-0 Ling Bane for a long time. You're going to be stuck on 0-0 upgrades. Meanwhile, 2 is on the way for the Terran. Mutas, they bust into main, they find more damage. Okay, 4 more SCVs. It's going to be 20 SCV kills in total. Please add another muta. Another muta does fall. He rotates over. As we're going to bleed out some more mutas, taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. And the problem here is that this muta cloud, it's getting smaller and smaller. We are making more mutas, but the reality is that this is less threatening, which means there's nothing keeping him back. Ideally, if this was getting more damage, this is keeping Cure contained, but Cure, he's unchained. He's not being contained at all. He does break out, he does push. Back at home, Ling Bane is amassing, and we need more Ling Bane. That's Cure, he's Lunar Snowball out of control. Remember, Rogue is still on 0-0 Ling Bane, 0-0 upgrades. 1-1 is still on the horizon here, +1 melee about to finish up. 2-2 on the horizon for Cure. Mind shot, oh, doesn't quite go off. Widow Mine doesn't connect. Mutas, they are going to be zoned away. Cure does have that supply lead. Upgrades are about to finish. Cure just waiting for his own 2-2. Rogue forcing Cure to respond, forcing him back home. So far, good movement. As Cure, he does miss the mutas. He assumes they went back home. It does miss a rotation. Mutas, they hit the mineral line. Oh, Widow Mines are in position. Turrets are done. And Cure, he ignores it. He just ignores the mutas. He knows they cannot get damage done. He's fine back at home. He's secure. The main base, less so. Main base is vulnerable. But there are reinforcements. Nice repair. And here comes the main army. Cure, ideally, he wants to split. Up, spread. Oh, no. Okay. Whew. Does notice. Does pre-split, thankfully. Bailings, they crash in, they get some okay connections, but Cure, now he has too much. He has far too much. He breaks through the defensive line, gets off the expansion. Mutas are across the map, they're doing some damage, but the bases are falling. The mineral line as well. Cure, he has done it. He has broken Rogue. As this is all that's left, a handful of Bailings still morphing in. They are targeted down. And GG gets called. Cure cannot be stopped, and Cure will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Cure, he will claim the series, will advance on. Again, Rogue having a cheeky build, going 2-base muta, did go unscouted, but as we saw, once Cure realized what was going on, he did throw down turrets in time. They finished up just as the mutas were getting into the main base, and likewise, he made use of his army. He had Hellions and Banshees, and remember, he killed over 20 workers. He killed, was it 22 plus drones? In the natural and in the main base. It was insane damage here that he dealt. More than what the mutas could accomplish. And remember, the economy was already stifled, was already delayed for Rogue, so losing those workers meant even more for the Zerg player, as he had a smaller economy to begin with because of those mutas. So GG, well played. That counterattack from Cure straight up ended the game. Was able to wreak havoc in the main and at the third base, and with that, GG, well played. Rogue, he tried to recover, but alas was unable to keep up, and that leads us into our semifinals. let's catch up. Let's catch up with the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, we're heading over to the American server here. Up next, we have the semifinals. We have MaxPax. MaxPax takes down Bunny 2-0, and MaxPax is up against Cure in the semis. Meanwhile, Hero takes down Epic, and Hero he's waiting for quite some time. Is Beyond vs. Pig still ongoing? I do know that sometimes they don't report scores. Are they still playing? No shot. They are. The hell? Pig and Bjorn, it looks like they are, yeah, they're still mid-series. They're getting into the ace match, actually. So we do have Bjorn and Pig. They're getting into the ace match. Very impressive play there by Pig, taking a game off of Bjorn. Very impressive. Likewise, we do have, again, that leads into Geralt, leads into Hero, which means we will be able to cast both semis. I might be getting ahead of myself, but most likely we're going to be able to cover the lower semis, and by the time we finish MaxPax and Cure, the upper semis should be ready for us. So again, we're kind of nearing the end, or the tail end of the broadcast. Semifinals into the grand finals. We're getting there. We are getting there. As vetoes are underway. So much TVP. I mean, that's what we expect. Oh, right, I didn't get to mention it, but Rogue, he was the final Zerg player in the broadcast, or in the tournament, is going to be eliminated, but he had a good run. He had a good run making it to the quarterfinals. From here, though, we are going on a short break, and when we come back, we will be getting into MaxPax vs. Cure. See you soon. See you soon. Pig will take a map. I'm pretty sure Pig is playing Protoss. Well, no, am I mistaken? Hold on. Yeah. So Pig, he's not playing Zerg, he's playing Protoss. So purely TVP. Did beat Beyond with Protoss. So regardless, impressive play there by Pig. Very impressive. Again, he doesn't often play Zerg in tournaments. Usually he either plays random or he picks a certain race, and yeah, this week he's playing Protoss. Here we go. But we are going to be going on a break. Okay, all good. But we are going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we are going to be jumping into the semifinals. So we'll see you guys after the break. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the PiGosaur Monday number 22. We have our top four. We have two of our top four. We have our semifinalists, and we're here to determine which of these two players will make it to the grand finals. Will be our Terran, will be our Protoss. We are here to decide, and so are you, because if you're in the chat, get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Psystorm. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponents, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. Are going to be settling in. Settling into our TVP, and again, best of luck when it comes to those predictions. Coming into this, MaxPax is the heavy favorite, 100%. You could make the argument that maybe he is a little bit fatigued, but I would say that he's used to it. He's going full degen. MaxPax, he's one of the regular European players that does stay up and does play in all of the weeklies and all the tournaments. And it makes even more sense for MaxPax because he doesn't actually take part in offline events. Online tournaments are where he puts out his all. Like he whips out his best here in online tournaments because that's all he has. So with that, Max actually plays in every open cup he can, at least when it comes to the Monday weeklies, and he's here to try to claim another win. I say another win. He has been having a bit of a harder time as of late. Last night, of course, we covered MaxPax going down to Solar. But now there's no Zerg player. There's no Zerg player in the tournaments. There's no Zerg player left. So now we can focus on what he's best at on PvT. Here we go. Song name, please. Out of game, it's the Brood War OST. So that's all I can say. I'm not too sure what song you were listening to at the time, but it is the music playing is the official Brood War OST. So you can sift through those songs to try to find what you enjoyed. As we have our Twilight Council open out of MaxPax. Opening up Twilight Council into Blink. Again, Blink-based play is MaxPax's go-to in this matchup, whether it's 2, 3, or 4 gateways, yet to be determined. Meanwhile, Kira back at home going for his own Rax Expand economic opener into a 1-1-1. So there's that 1-1-1 setup. It's going to be set up. You can see MaxPax denying mining time so far. Does shade behind the mineral line. Does deny mining at least a little bit longer. MaxPax does pull away, doesn't want to lose the Adepts. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. So far just threatening Shades, threatening a dive into the main. So far Curie's keeping up behind this 1-1-1 into Raven. So far just very safe play. There's no major aggression out of Cure, there's no drop play either. Just going for a Raven auto charge harass and settling in back at home. Bit of a more chill start here from our Terran player. Likewise, MaxPax does throw down an extra gateway, going into 3-gate Blink. A very safe opener here by MaxPax. Should be 3-gate Blink into a third. As the third base is now being taken. Reaper dives into the main. Reaper does get a scout, does confirm the tech. There's that Nexus. Nexus is on the way. You know, MaxPax, he breaks down. Now, the goal here for MaxPax isn't really to break into the bases, but to contain the Terran player, to keep Cure pinned here on his 2 bases, to catch any kind of drop play, any stray unit, any add-on, any marine, and to slow down any push. In the main base, the tank is well set up. We have some nice Sim City. Bunker is full. Just the one tank for now. Max actually goes for the warp in. Looks like he's looking for a dive, actually, into the main. He's going for it. The tank is exposed. Going for Stim, and he will deny it. Nice pickoff. Gets rid of Stim, and he barely does. Barely get an add-on. Barely not. Oh my god, never mind. Reactor does survive. And was that worth it here? Max, he did end up losing 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers went down. I would say, though, that is a worthwhile trade. It is a worthwhile trade, as he did delay Stim. Stim is delayed. That delays the push. That means the Cure is stuck at home for that much longer. Max diving in once again. He does get the tank, and he gets out. So really nice pickups. He pokes in, gets an add-on. Gets a tank, pokes out. Here, gets a bunker as well. And again, his goal isn't to kill. He's not killing Cure, but he is containing him. And more importantly, these small little pickoffs mean that when Cure eventually pushes, it's going to be that much weaker. Now he's down a tank. Now Stim is delayed. Now Cure is stuck at home even longer. So nice pickoffs here by Max back at home, fully saturated on 3 bases, getting into his own charge follow-up, +1 in charge going to be on the way, into delayed splash damage. As there's that bait. I will say charge should have begun by now, so charge is a little bit delayed, but should be on the horizon. As Max is getting a safety Immortal. Likewise, Raven does pick away at the mineral line, gets 2 probes. Workers so far. And yeah, charge is actually pretty late here. I don't think this is intentional. Typically you want to be prioritizing charge a little bit earlier, especially because he went for a safety Immortal. This tells us that, again, Max is playing safe, but you know, the lack of charge here kind of goes against that. So we are chronoing as best we can, and hoping to finish it soon. Slow Zella drop into the main. It gets a couple of SCVs. 4 CV kills, not bad. Max he gets out. And charge should finish by the time Cure does move out. As charge is halfway done. Halfway complete. Max he gets a Marauder. Gets 1. Does pick up a Marauder. Likewise, Cure, he does push through the center. Max ready to catch reinforcements. He can and he will. Takes out a Marauder and some Medivacs. Very nice pickup. So he gets 1, he gets 2. 2 Medivacs go down. He forces the back of the army. Oh no! Somebody's moving! Oh my god, a missed rally! Max he runs into the army and he will lose everything. 1 Stalker survives. Zelda hit the 3rd base at the same time. But Cure is pushing and Max he's in trouble. That should not have happened. Ay. Again, Max he lost. Only 1 Stalker survived, and now he has less support. Cure, can he go for the kill? Stims in, nice force, very nice force fields. Ooh, punishes the Marauders. Slows him down, so warping here into the main. But Cure, he will break the expansion. Takes down the Nexus. Massive missile goes up. Covers the army, back at home, Cure, he defends. And Cure, ideally he wants to keep going. Does want to keep pushing in. Kites back, rallies forward. Yeah, he wants his Colossus. He's going to get them as well. As again, Max losing all those Stalkers. That was game. That was game then and there. He will lose everything else. The expansion, the army, and the 3rd. As this 1 Colossus left. It's barely holding on. Back at home, getting 13 SCV kills is pretty good damage. But Cure, he knows how close he is to just completely breaking Max. As he's hanging on by a thread. Ooh, takes down the Prism, no more counterattacks. That means that Cure can focus on the main push. Focus on the main fight. Zell's charging in. Gets a tank, not bad. Takes down the tank. Max Pax, he's holding on. Now, what's important here is that Cure did lose a lot of SCVs, and economically he's struggling. The longer this goes on, I want to say the better it is for Max Pax. As Max Pax, he's stabilizing, and he's on 80 probes. Bear that in mind. Like, he has a massive worker count, and he's about to be on a proper 4-based economy. He needs a little bit more time for the 4th to get up and running. And Max Pax, he can recover. He was close. Like, again, Cure, he was so close to breaking Max Pax, but barely did not. And Max Pax is on the road to recovery. Built up his Stalker count once again. If it wasn't for the SCV kills, then Cure would be in a better position, but alas, we're evening up. Now Max actually gets his 4th base, he's back up to 3 Colossus, 5th expansion on the way. Max Pax is stabilizing. And the game will continue. Whew, okay. The game will continue. Max Pax, he holds, he perseveres. A 2nd Robo, Dark Shrine, getting into DTs, getting into double Disruptor production. Is working towards it. Likewise, Cure building up towards additional Vikings. As Max Pax does move out to meet him. Almost catching another medevac. That's 2 medevacs falling. Ay, ay, ay. So they do threaten a dive. Is it making the production tab? Yeah, the 4th base was delayed. The 4th base was heavily delayed here for Cure. That is a bit of a misstep as well. That's Cure collapsing in. Nova goes up. Ooh, nice splits. Yeah, nice splits. The Colossus are going to be going down. That's a good amount of Vikings. As he gets 1, he should get both. Again, better trade here for Cure. Oh, Nova doesn't connect. Max Pax, he overextends. Yeah, big overextension from Max Pax. At the same time, Zelsay busts into the main base. SCVs are going to be going down. And Cure, he does reset the Colossus count. Once again, Cure, he is close to breaking Max Pax. He's so close. Can he do it? But now going to be forced back. Doesn't quite commit. Not quite. Meanwhile, Max Pax double expanding, gets his own 5th and now a 6th base on the way. Max Pax, and another base, Jesus. Getting a 7th expansion. Just mass expanding. And this is risky again. Max Pax, he just lost all of his Colossus, but alas, Cure, he backs off. Max Pax, he rebuilds, now up to pure Disruptor. Getting up to how many? 6 so far. Getting up to 8. Secure rotating. Is rotating over. Max Pax moving in. Why does this rotate? Cure moving out for a counterattack. Max Pax will now be on 9 disruptors. That's a lot of Novas. That's a lot of balls. Cure coming for the surround. Attempts to flank. Ooh, massive connection. Nova goes off. Yeah, takes down Ghosts. Takes down Marines. Takes down Bio. The splits are not there. Yeah, the Novas are brutal, but there's not enough support. The Disruptors are good, but where's the Gateway Army? It's across the map. Zelzay busts into the third, the main, the natural. SCVs are falling left and right. Getting 19, 20 SCV kills. And Curie turns around. He turns around. He races back home. And this gives MaxPax so much time to max out. And again, on a 7 base economy, mate, MaxPax is fine. He does rematch, does rebuild. Does push forward. Oh my god. And nervous, they just keep connecting. And Cure, at one point in this game, was so close to breaking MaxPax, but barely didn't. And since then, MaxPax, he has bounced back. And he's just pulling Cure apart. And there's nothing left. There's nothing left here. There's a couple of Marauders, a couple of Marines. MaxPax, he snowballs out of control. Nova goes off into the mineral line. Oh my god. Jesus. As Nova, they just keep connecting. GG gets caught, and MaxPax, he does overwhelm. He does take the first game. GG, well played. Impressive comeback there from MaxPax. Does recover and does take a lead in the series. GG, well played. Shout out to Cure though, because Cure, he did almost take the win himself. If you recall, MaxPax, he did have a lapse in army control where he did move command through the army of Cure, and MaxPax, he lost almost every single stalk in the process. That is when MaxPax lost his 4th base, lost his mineral line, lost his Colossus, lost most of his army, but he barely held on to his 3rd. And with that, MaxPax, he recovered. He slowly recovered, got back into it, and with that, MaxPax does take the first game. GG, well played. Now we're getting into game number 2. Here we go. I wonder what about this patch made Protoss so strong. I mean, it depends if you've been watching much of the games here. MaxPax has been struggling a lot more. If you've been watching over the past 3 months, basically March, February, and January, and December, MaxPax hasn't been as dominant as it used to be, but Hero has been on the grind. Like, if you've been watching, Hero's been even winning like the weekly cups over the past, again, if you watch basically this year, 2025, Hero, he's been winning a lot of the weekly cups, MaxPax struggling a little bit more. There is a big reason for that, but for now, let's introduce our players. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Protoss player. We have our Danish Protoss leading the series 1-0, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, it is Cure. Here we go. But the reason why MaxPax has been struggling a little bit more than usual is he used to have, I would say, the best PvP in the world. But PvP is very different. In the new patch, PvP has changed quite a lot, and no longer is MaxPax able to force all-ins and go for his gate expand as freely as he used to because of the change to the energy overcharge, because of the lack of shield battery. So I think PvP is, PvP has changed quite a bit as a result. So if you watch matches between MaxPax and Skillus, Hero, Classic, they're a lot closer and a lot more dynamic than they used to be. And that was like MaxPax's matchup, straight up. Like, he had the best PvP in the world. And that matchup has changed quite a lot, at least when it comes to the hierarchy of Protoss and how that's been working. Because of that, that's why Hero has been beating MaxPax more often in recent times. When it comes to the other matchups, especially when it comes to the new TLMC maps that are being introduced, as well as the custom map pool that we've had when it comes to online tournaments, a lot of the larger maps we have gotten rid of. I'm referring to Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, and King's Cove. Those maps are no longer in these tournament map pools. Because of that, I would say that MaxPax, that's where he thrives in I mean, we just saw it in the last game, right? If he's able to stabilize on a solo economy, that's where he can thrive. On smaller maps, that's where he can struggle. That's where players like Clem, players like Cure, Bjorn can be hyper aggressive and punish that. So I think that's kind of leading into why MaxX has been struggling a little bit more. And I want to say that that's maybe the same reason why Hira's been having a lot more success. One, he's been grinding, but two, like, I feel like he thrives in that smaller environment, in that more aggressive environment. That's where Hira can kind of like find his stride, find his success. I saw some people talking about Zaun, and I would say even Trigger. Zaun, he came back to the military back in November of last year, and he's just been improving. Like, it's Zaun kind of, I would say, regaining his skill and kind of getting back into the pro scene. And Zaun has been very competitive with Clem. It's really cool to see. Like, Zaun has been very impressive, specifically in PvT. I would say Zaun's weakest matchup right now is PvZ. Like, Zaun, his PvZ does leave much to be desired, and it's where he struggles in the most. But because there aren't really many Zerg players in these tournaments, Zaun, he more often than not avoids PvZ. He just like he avoids Shin, he avoids Rogue, he avoids Solar, and if so, like Zaun, he pops off. Like, mate, give him a lineup of Terrans and Protoss, like Zaun, he does very well there. Does very well in that setting. So it's been interesting to see kind of like certain players rise, others fall. But I do think that once again we're going to see kind of like another shakeup when it comes to the new map pool. The new maps are very different, and we'll see which maps actually get introduced to the map pool as well. Because those maps, oh, they do. The larger maps, they do. They're not good. I mean, for their own reasons, right? I would say that those old maps are very outdated in their approach to StarCraft. Because if you've been watching Clem, dominant over MaxX, like still very much so. So I feel like there's like a being weaved in the chat. Clem is still very much so kind of dominant, especially in the European region. And we've seen some of the other Koreans kind of shake Clem up a little bit, but like he's still typically the favorite player in the tournament. As MaxX does dive into the main, picks up a tank, not bad. So far, good control, nice juggling here at a Max. Yeah, it does snipe the tank, does trade well against the Marines. Oh, and he may just overwhelm. Like, there's no second tank. No, there's no second tank for Hero. Just now pops, and MaxX, he goes for the dive. He goes for the kill. He shuts down the tank, shuts down the bio. Boys are being pulled. GG gets called. And again, Cure, before he can get into the mid-game, he is broken here and now. GG. Max, he will take the series 2-0. So I was a little bit engrossed talking about the scene, but it was 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink into a third base. This was the same build that MaxX went for last game. Just, again, the second tank was late, first tank went down, and that was, yeah, that was game. That was game then and there. GG. GG, well played, MaxX. He will advance on to the grand finals to face off against the winner of the upper semifinals. And I believe we have yet to determine. As it looks like, ooh, Bjorn versus Geralt is still ongoing. Bjorn did take down Pig 2-1. GG, well played. Bjorn does claim the win there. And Bjorn is currently mid-series versus Geralt. They're actually out of game. Oh. They are out of game. Did you check out the European Weekly today? Solar had an epic run. Yeah, I saw. We were casting Solar. Yesterday during the WarDTV Monday, and he was looking very impressive. He was looking, I say very impressive. If you watch the WarDTV Monday, you will know that Solar, he all-in'd every game. He all-in'd every game. So Solar is being hyper aggressive. I'm curious if he did the same thing during the Monday Night Weekly. I'm curious if he also all-in'd every game as well. Curious. at least when it came to his ZVPs. But I did see that he took down Clem, so I hope that was casted by someone. Hope it was covered. So here we go, we are jumping into our next matchup. We're jumping into the only match remaining here to be played out. So we're getting into our quarterfinals match between our Terran and our Protoss. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Shopify. It is Byun. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Go. And as we get into this, I'm actually not too familiar with the score. Quickly double checking. As hold on. As we're jumping in mid-series, and okay, Byun is up 1-0. Okay, Byun, he is up 1-0 here in the quarterfinals. We'll see if Byun can claim the 2-0 or if Geralt can bounce back. Now, we have seen Geralt looking very impressive. Again, if you've been watching StarCraft as of late, you'll know that Geralt, he has been steadily improving over the past year, maybe even 2 years, I would say. Geralt's kind of rising through the ranks of the European Protoss scene. It's been great to see his growth over time, and we have seen him take down Byun before. We'll see if he can do it again. And I'm referring to the previous map pool. I'll always remember, it's always going to be burned into my mind. Geralt versus Byun on Oceanborn, where Geralt, he rushed into DTs, and he just insta-killed Byun. Byun just instantly GG'd out. He had no detection. Basically what had happened is Geralt, he opened up Proxy Dark Shrine, and as the DTs are waddling in, Byun, he muled. He muled just as the DTs waddled in, and bam, GG. As there was just zero detection, and Byun had nothing to hold on. So always remember that game on Oceanborn. And we'll see how Geralt will approach this time. I don't expect, any crazy cheese. I expect standard play. But we'll keep an eye on Geralt. This is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Geralt. During Twilight Council into Blink. And we'll see if Geralt goes for his initial 2-gate Blink, 3-gate, or 4 gateways instead. Oceanborn was in the map pool for like a million years. It was in the map pool for quite some time, for like a year. Which does feel like a long time. Maybe more than that. For sure. As we do see Byun moving out for a scout. Bearing in mind, Byun, he has yet to really confirm what's going on. He has not seen the main base yet. He did skip his initial Reaper. That in Golden Ore? Yeah, Golden Ore was around for a long time as well. Was around for 2 map pools. And map pools last a long time in StarCraft. That's a long time. But that's why it's important to vote. That's why it's important to vote. Another PSA here. Voting for the Team Liquid map contest is now open, and it's open for the next week. You have 1 week to vote on which maps you want to see represented in the ladder, and which maps you did enjoy and did prefer watching our open cups throughout the weekend. Byun does get across the map. Stalkers, they race back home. Hellion busts in. Hellion does fall. How good is the Mindshot going to be? Oh, initially baited out. Mindshot is baited. Byun going for the pylon. Can he get it? No, he will not. He does get the pylon, going to be zoned away, and so far, good defense here by Geralt. He doesn't take any major losses, but he is denied mining time. That's a lot of denied mining time here at the natural, so that was damage nonetheless out of Bjorn. Didn't really lose too much. And Bjorn will follow this up with a 3-1-1 setup. Go. I think deeper part of it is the fact that turn players are always the race that goes to something and executes a certain aggression proxy timing all in. They would practice those builds online before going into LAN without any lands. I disagree with that sentiment. Like right now, Clem is still the best player in the world. Like straight up, like Clem is still the best player. If you watch his gameplay, if you watch his games, like he's still favored in any event that he plays in. So I don't think that's applicable to Clem. I do think that is applicable to Maru though. If you've been watching Maru over the past couple of months, specifically in the Pigsty Festival and in the Little League Cup, Maru had some very lackluster performances. But I do think that Maru's basically taking a break. Like, he hasn't said it officially, but if you watch his games, Maru, he does seem very out of practice. So, I think that's the case for him where, I mean, Maru's just not playing in things, and he's just taking some time off. But I wouldn't say that's applicable to the active players. I'm referring to Clem, Bjorn, Kior, Bunny as well. Bunny's looking really good right now. Big fan of Bunny. Stalkers, they do come in for this round. The first tank is going to fall. He gets one, and he's going to get the other, but at a cost. At a cost here of a lot of Stalkers. The Bio Army does punish. Colossus comes out in time. In the end, Geralt, he will hold. Will lose part of his mineral line, but he does hold on. Geralt, he does deflect Bjorn. Likewise, Bjorn getting his third CC on location. Does expand behind this. And he's going to be forced back. For now, Geralt, he's holding. Behind this building of his disruptors. Ooh, Bjorn attempts to drop here towards the south side. Geralt does punish. Bjorn does pull away. Does pull away, has to calm down again. Bjorn has been hyper aggressive so far when it comes to his initial drop play, when it comes to his tank push as well. And so far, Geralt, he's been holding. He's been keeping up. Bjorn is being punished for that aggression, but thankfully isn't all in by any means. You know, he's expanding, getting his third base, taking up. We can see that Bjorn is actually taking quite quickly here into Ghost. So Ghost Academy is on the way. Just hyper-fixated on his Bio Army. And likewise, it's on Geralt to try to defend, turtle up until he can reach his fourth base. Until he get up to 4 base saturation, until he can get his second robo, and have a comparable army. Until then, Geralt is the defender, and he's here at the third location. He's not ready in the main. He's not ready. Massive drop does boost in. Geralt tries to respond, does react with everything. Army rotates. Marines, they get into the mineral line, getting 3-4 probes so far, getting him to 5. Did I say 5 probes? Getting the entire mineral line. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, unfortunately, Geralt just wasn't ready for this. 19 probe kills. And Bjorn is pulling Geralt apart. Finally, Bjorn finding the damage he's been looking for. Geralt has been keeping up until this one very moment. And this is brutal damage. 20 workers falling, essentially. And we spoke about Geralt defending until he gets a 4th base, until he gets up to a proper saturation, but that's just not happening. It's not happening, not here, not anymore. And Bjorn, he should be gearing up and getting ready for one big push. He knows that Geralt is crippled. Geralt is hurting. Now, Geralt, he can still recover with a couple of well-placed Novas, but there's only one disruptor. There's only one disruptor, and we have a Stargate on the way. This tells us that, alas, Geralt, he's thinking about going into Skytos. can't quite afford it at the moment. Drop comes back into the main. There's the recall. As the army recalls over, Bjorn, he can push in. Catches a disruptor. Bjorn making his way over towards the third. Storm is not ready. No. The Storm is barely not ready. Bjorn sims in. Gets one, takes down all the High Templar. Forces the Archon. And doesn't kill, doesn't break the third, but still good damage nonetheless. He does cancel the fourth, at least. But Geralt is behind economically. Ideally, the Protoss player wants to be up in expansion to be even with the Terran. And right now, they're on equivalent bases. I mean, again, Bjorn, he was just then expanding, getting a 4th CC. And now Bjorn, he's reaching his final form, this time with Vikings, and more importantly with Ghosts. He has EMP available. He has dive potential. Geralt is going for a Zealot round by. Again, the hope here for Geralt is that if Bjorn overcommits, then maybe these Zealots can bust into the mineral line, and then maybe Geralt can defend back at home. He does have 5 High Templar. That's a lot of Storm potential, true. And again, if you've been watching, my mind was leaning towards Clem. Bjorn, he's a little bit better when it comes to avoiding storms. It's gonna be like Clem. He loves just bathing in the storms. That is true. Here we have Bjorn. Mind was elsewhere. 4th base now being taken. Both players taking their 4th bases. Again, Bjorn, because of the greater economy, he's the first to max. He's the first to max out. Built up on Ghosts, Marines, Marauders. He's got plenty of EMPs available. So Runback comes in, Planetary's not ready. Not bad. Forces Bjorn back home. Does force him back. He's just buying time for Geralt. So as they catch out 2 Ghosts. 2 Ghosts go down. Storm does zone. He does make his way into the main base once again. Geralt not quite in position. He's distracted here at the front lines. Forced to recall. Another Colossus is going to be targeted down. One after the other. Better fight here for Bjorn. At the same time, he does pounce forward. Takes down more Colossi. Massive EMP. And Bjorn is done it. He's broken. Geralt breaks through the front line. Breaks through in behind into the main. Wins both engagements. GG gets called. And Bjorn will take the series 2-0. GG. Very impressive play there by Bjorn. Who does claim the series, and with that, Bjorn does advance on to the semi-finals. Again, Geralt, he was keeping up initially, but the moment that Bjorn took a lead was when he killed 19 probes. 19 workers went down. If you remember, Bjorn, he went for a drop into the main base, and he went for a counterattack at the third at the same time. We saw that Geralt, he was forced to respond, he was forced to rotate into his main, he was out of position, and he was just torn apart. He was just torn apart by Bjorn, and with that, Geralt, he was on the back foot. He had a really hard time recovering. I mean, it's difficult to do so after losing that many workers, and GG. GG, well played. Bjorn does advance on. And with that, we're heading over to the Korean server here for the semifinals. Up next, we have another TVP. Another turn versus Protoss. This one is going to be between Bjorn and Hero. As again, Hero, he has been on a tear. He's the best Protoss player in South Korea. And Hero is the #1 seed of the tournament. Hero, he's favored to claim the event, to win it all here. And we'll see if Bjorn can stop him. We'll see if Hero can be stopped. So we get ready for our semis. So we have 2 series left. We have the semifinals between Hero and Bjorn, and then the winner goes up against Max Pax. Here we go. Winner does go up against Max Pax. Vetoes are underway. Again, we're not featuring any of the new TLMC maps yet here in this event, but I'm sure we will eventually. Sure we will. As our players, they do need a moment. Vetoes are underway, so we do need a moment to set things up. So we're going to be going on a very short break, and when we come back, we will have our semis. Enjoy the Brood War OST. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the PiGosaur Monday number 22. Welcome back. We are here to determine which of our two players will advance on the face-off against Max Packs in the grand finals. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is Byun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is Hero. And if you're in the chat, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP, as we jump into Hero versus Byun. Here we go. Now, when it comes to our setup here, I do see someone initially asking in the chat about no show on 2 days, calendar broken. Yet to be updated. We should be having broadcasts on those 2 days. Most likely that is going to be the Euthermal 2v2 replay cast. We have yet to receive the replays, but we'll probably get them in the next couple of days. So once we do, we will add that to the calendar. Likewise, we'll most likely also be having the Kung Fu Cup replay cast as well. So again, that is something that that should be on the horizon, is the Euthermal March edition of the 2v2 tournament. And likewise, for those who don't know, Kung Fu Cup is returning in a different form. Kung Fu Cup is a weekly tournament that is organized by SE Boy, by the Chinese scene, by the Chinese community, and they are actually going to be adjusting their format to go over and to host weekly events for StarCraft Evolution and for Warcraft 3 Evolution. So I believe they're going to be alternating back and forth. I think week 1 is SC Evo, week 2 is Warcraft 3 Evo, and they do alternate back and forth. So that's going to be the plan. Unfortunately, we will be casting it live next month, but this month we have those slots otherwise busy with other events. We're going to be casting the Rex March Madness live. We have some close ties to Rex, so I gotta be there for our boy, and that means because we're casting that event live, we won't be able to cast Kung Fu Cup live, so we're going to do that via replays. So most likely those 2 slots that you see open right now, once we get the replays, we will be filling those up with other casts. Just haven't put them there yet, just because we don't, like, the events haven't happened, we don't have the replays. But yes, there will most likely be cast those days. Don't worry. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to having a day off. I mentioned this before, but we haven't had a day off since December, so I wouldn't be opposed to it. Anyway, here he does poke out. Oh, he does delay the CC. Nice pick off, but the bunker does complete. It barely does finish. The bunker is done, Stalker is zoned away, and the Zealot is cleaned up. So Byun does defend. He does defend, takes down Zealots. Here he commits, he wants that SCV. Oh, doesn't quite get it though. Yeah, Command Center does finish. And here he will delay some mining time, but the command center completes, which means we can morph it into an orbital. So far, nice defense here by Byun. We can see Hero still rallying across the map, behind this taking up into a Twilight Council. So it's going to be a blink-based opener here by Hero. Is settling in. Warcraft 3, yes. If you've been watching the channel, we have been casting some Warcraft 3 Evolution that is it is similar to StarCraft Evolution, where it is Warcraft 3 versus SE2. And honestly, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a very different dynamic. Yo, the heroes in Warcraft 3 are crazy, mate. Seeing the Mountain King come in, throw down a thunderclap, and one-shot like an army of lings is crazy. But yes, it's a very different dynamic. It's a lot of fun. We have been casting it on the channel. We've casted, I think, 2 events so far of Warcraft 3 Evolution this year. Do recommend it. It's definitely unique. Otherwise, again, Byun, he does defend. He's getting to his opener. Behind this, it is going to be a 1-1-1 into Cloak Banshee, so a little bit more aggressive here by Byun. First drop is going to be deflected. Did open up a Cyclone drop. But Hero, he's keeping up time and time again. Again, there's a reason why Hero is the #1 seed of the tournament. Hero, he's favored among all other players here in tonight's broadcast. It's on Byun to cause that upset, to bring Hero down. We'll see if he can. So far, Hero is keeping up with the drop play. Does zone Byun back. Hero taking his third. Again, more of a defensive setup here. Just 2 Gate Blink, sorry, 3. 3 Gate Blink Stalkers into that third. And now that the Prism has arrived, Hero he can push. Meanwhile, Bjorn setting up. He's got his tank behind the wall. You can see, unlike Cure, Bjorn's tank is further back, behind that wall off, is safer, is more secure. Likewise, Bunker at the natural, and the Banshee does hit the natural. And Cloak is done. Do we have any detection? We do. But the observers are across the map. Observers are across the map. We need a recall. Banshees, they get 3. They get 4 probe kills already, and here he commits. He tries to. Does try to commit. Picks up a couple of SCVs. This is okay damage. Going for the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down as well. Blinking further in. Does get the medevac. Very nice. Medevac does fall. At the same time, the Banshee is dealt with. Observer did come back home in time. And Hero defense. Hero, he bleeds out 7 probes, but he does do some equivalent damage across the map. But more importantly, snipes the medevac, snipes the Cyclone. Oop. Does pull away. A nice defense and aggression here from Hero. Bjorn back at home did struggle a little bit more. Still has that second Banshee. And still has potential. Depending on where the observer is. But now there's 3 observers on the map. Hero, he is in position. Oh. Banshee getting caught out. Pivots back into the main. Oh, with that blink though, it looks like the Banshee, yeah, it's gonna go down. Brutal pick off here. 2 Banshees for 7 probes. That is not worth it for Bjorn, bearing in mind that he did delay his own medevac production. He delayed any star probe production in favor of those Banshees. Likewise, invest into Cloak as well. Now he's breaking out, and we'll see what he can get done. Ooh, Bjorn is committed. Bjorn, he is committed. Moves out with the tank as well. Moves out with everything. Oh. Bjorn does stim in. He gets punished, medevac falls. And the tank is unable to unload. Here he's just all over this. The observer did see the army. And Bjorn gets punished. From here, Hero taking the center expansion. Hero once again does engage, takes down another medevac. Here pulling away, Bjorn stims in. Again, here he has to buy a little bit more time here before his Colossus arrives. Without the Colossus, he can't really fight this head on, but the Colossus is about to pop out. And Hero gets away with the 4th. 4th base is getting up. Hero settles in. The game will continue. Bjorn getting his own 3rd base, Hero getting a 4th, so Hero is keeping up economically. If you recall, this is something that we mentioned when it came to Geralt's series, how Geralt, because of Bjorn's drop play and because Geralt was having a harder time keeping up with it, Geralt, he was stuck on 3 bases that much longer, right? He lost workers, he lost mineral lines, he was stuck on 3 bases, his 4th was very late. Here, as Bjorn gets his 3rd, Hero gets his 4th, so Hero, he is keeping up economically. Is keeping up. Likewise, thanks to the observers, of course, he has seen all the move outs, he's seen all the drop play, and Bjorn, he has not gotten the damage he was hoping for. From here, we build back up. Now getting into Ghosts. Ghosts are on the way, Vikings are on the way. Hero, he maintains map control, now going for a 5th expansion. I would say this is greedy here from Hero, getting to a 5th, but the reasoning for this is because, do you see what I see? Still no gases. We still have no gases here at the 3rd base, of course no gas at the 4th, only 1 gas at the 3rd, still a very low gas count here, still very Zealot and Gateway centric. He's only making 1 disruptor at a time, but there it is. Now we get the 2nd robo, and now we can start to take more gases. 2nd robo is for double disruptor production. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. And Bjorn needs to be active. Right now, he's still stuck at home. Hero, he's the first to max out. Byun is contained. Byun is going to be contained here. Both players are maxing. When it comes to our maxed out armies, I do think that Hero's army is lacking. He does have double robo, that is true, but he only has 2 disruptors. He has 2 disruptors, he has 2 colossus. Again, he's very reliant on these zealots. He's very zealot heavy here. So Byun has more potential, especially with the ZMVs. Never goes up. No connections. That's going to be both disruptors on cooldown. Likewise, Hero coming in from behind. Getting ready for a surround. He does collapse in. Yeah, comes in from behind. Colossus from the flank as well. Ghost going to be falling. Gets 1 ghost. Gets 1 ghost. Hero, he pulls away. No major losses. Making more disruptors. Hero pushing in once again. Good mind connection. Mind shot goes up as Elsa even coming from behind once again. 1 Colossus falls, the other wasted DPS. Yeah, Colossus a little bit too far behind, but despite that, still trades well. Boys are being pulled. More Zealots coming in. Colossus is going to fall, but this is just too much damage. Here he breaks through the defensive line, takes down the full medevac. Ghost count was reset, and he just breaks the 3rd. GG gets called Hero. He will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Very strong early to mid game there from Hero. Basically, Byun, he was trying to be aggressive. Remember, Byun, he opened up with a Cyclone drop into Cloak Banshees, into Bio drops, into the main base, into the 3rd, and there weren't really any clashes because every time Hero was there. He was there to shut it down, to force it back, to clean up those drops, and to contain Byun on those 3 bases. Byun attempted aggression, he attempted harassment. It did fail though. Part of that, of course, was the map vision that Hero had. Thanks to his observer placement, thanks to his army positioning as well, he did see most, if not all, those move outs, and he was able to shut them down. Likewise, with that Hero, he was able to get a 4th base on time. He was able to take a faster 5th, be the first to max. GG. GG, well played. So a lot of momentum in favor of Hero. We mentioned at the time, again, the investment into the Cloak Banshees just wasn't worth it for Byun. Didn't get enough damage. And that leads us into game number 2. Let's go. Leads us into game 2. Is this the game mode where they start with 3 to 12 workers and random minerals / gas? No. We haven't showcased that on this channel. I think some of the YouTubers have, like Pig, maybe Loco, maybe Winter. I would imagine they would have jumped on that. But we haven't had any tournaments featuring that yet. No tournaments. Looks like our command isn't working in YouTube chat, so I got you. I got you. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. I haven't looked into that mod myself. I'm still not sold on the concept of starting with a low worker count. I do like the idea though of day 9 suggestion, right? Day 9 suggestion of having a random worker count start. I think it's really interesting. I like the idea, but I haven't like seen its execution, so I don't know. I don't know if it's a positive thing or not. Like I'm not married to the idea of if it is or if it isn't. Haven't seen it. But I like the idea, in general. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back, we'll see if we can force the ace match. It is Byun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Leading the series 1-0, it is Hero. Okay. This is already the semis, so the winner plays against MaxPax in the grand finals. Yes. If you wind back in the video, we already covered the lower semifinals. We already casted MaxPax versus Cure, so that is available to you if you wish to tune in. Did already cover that series. And we are here in the upper semis. And we'll see if Bjorn can bounce back, because he does open up double gas. Okay, double gas opener out of Bjorn, going for a faster factory, a much more aggressive build here from our Terran player. Much more aggressive. From here, he can go into an early Cyclone drop. He can go into Cloak Banshees again, which weren't too successful last game. We can go for an early tank push. I mean, this can be much more effective, though, on a smaller map. Welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. This is the smallest map in the current map pool. This is a rush map known for aggression, and we have seen a lot of tank drops and all-ins here on Whispers of Gold. So we'll see if Bjorn embraces that as well. We'll see if he does go for his own aggressive build. Meanwhile, Hero does open up Zealots. As we saw in the last game, the goal here for the Zealot is to disrupt the opener, is to delay the CC. But here he does cancel, actually. Okay, does cancel, goes for his natural. So it looks like this was more of a safety Zealot in case it was a proxy. Does cancel, goes for the goes for the Nexus, and he will get into his Sentry as a follow-up. So very safe play here from Hero. Meanwhile, Bjorn, Reactor first into Reactor Reaper. Now, when I say safe opener, the power of the Sentry early on is the Hallucination, as we can see here. Is the Hallucination Scout. This will see everything. Typically, the Terran player can lock down the ramp and deny any kind of scouting into the main base. That is not the case here. Not by Hero. Not with a Sentry opener. So essentially, Hallucination comes in, confirms the double gas, confirms the factory, confirms the add-ons as well, and even confirms the timing of the CC and the double Reaper. So here he's aware of what's coming out across the map. Back at home, he's got a Stalker, a Stargate opener. Bold move. This is a very, very bold move here by Hero. It is risky to begin with opening up Stargate just because you are vulnerable to early game aggression. Likewise, even riskier going Stargate specifically on this map on Whispers of Gold. Now, so far it is unscouted. True, it is unscouted. But Bjorn, once he does realize what's going on, he can react and can try to punish. So he does attempt to poke in. Pulls away. And he does pull away. Meanwhile, from here, it's not going to be an Oracle opener, going to be Phoenixes. He's banking them up. And remember, Bjorn, he does not know. He hasn't seen the main base. He has no idea as to what's going on. Catching up in the chat. Isn't that super late for MaxPax? He's in EU, right? MaxPax, he is one of the few DE gens in EU where MaxPax, he wakes up like at 3 p.m., like 3 p.m. in the evening, maybe 2 on a good day. But MaxPax, he does wake up late and he stays up late. So MaxPax, he's one of the regulars here for the NA Open Cup. It was the same thing with the ESL Open Cup Americas as well, where MaxPax, he's very used to playing like at 4, 5, 6 a.m. in the morning. Like that's where he thrives. In recent times, Hero has done the same, actually, as Wooderman drop does come in, is going to be shut down by the Phoenixes. Again, Bjorn, he had no idea about the Phoenix opener is going to be shut down completely. There's no escaping this. The medevac will fall. It's a massive catch here from Hero. Remember, Bjorn, he blindly went for the mine drop, didn't know what was happening, didn't know what was going on until now. And the problem here is that, again, this is a late reaction, a late response. Typically, by now, we would already see a Cyclone, but we went tank first. Tank into a reaction, into Cyclone, into Vikings. Phoenixes, they gain map control, and so far, here he's getting away with his opener. But I was getting at Hero. Hero, he's also, over the past, I want to say month, maybe 4 weeks. Over the past 4 weeks, Hero, he has been playing in all 3 Open Cups as well. Korea, into EU, into Americas. Hero actually hasn't slept. He hasn't slept. It's like midday. It's midday in Korea, and he's been up all night playing in tournaments. And so is MaxPax as well. Like MaxPax and Hero, they've gone full D-Gen this week, as they usually do. Bjorn as well. I believe Bjorn also does this. There's a few key amount of players. There's players like Hero, Bjorn, Geralt is another one, Nicaract, sometimes Wayne, sometimes Clem, and yeah, there's like a handful of players. A handful of players that play in everything. The DGen's back. They're committed. They're passionate. They're passionate. Now though, Hero does move out. Again, here he has gained map control. As a reminder, a big reason for this, and a big reason why we don't often see Stargate openers into Colossus, which is very outdated, is that it is risky and it is a little bit easier for the Terran player to punish this and to abuse this only if they scouted. Bjorn never did. He did with the Mind Drop, and with that, late scouts, late reaction, Bjorn is contained, and it's going to be on Bjorn to break out. To attempt to, at least. Meanwhile, Hero, again, he's being greedy, rushing to Colossus production, and once the Colossus count builds up, then he's going to be safe against any kind of aggression from Bjorn. So Phoenix is there on patrol. Bjorn, he's splitting up his army in between his bases, throwing down turrets. Once Dim and Combat Shield's complete, then Bjorn can start to expand and get his third, and he might commit to a push. And that will be the moment that Hero needs to be ready with his ground army. With his charge dots and his Colossus. Hero breaks in. Swan gets to ACVs. Breaks the lock on. And will get away. So no losses there from Hero. Again, trying to be active. We can see Hero, he has an observer on the right, he has an observer on the left, he's covering most of the attack paths. He doesn't see the attack path on the left hand side, but again, for the most part, he is active and he does catch out the observer, sorry, the Widowmine with the observer. Oh. Mine shot is not going to go off. But Bjorn is going into buy a mine. Stim is done. Now we can expand. Ghoster on the way. And as Bjorn takes his third, again Hero takes his fourth. So Hero is keeping up economically. Looks like he's looking to diversify splash damage. This time, instead of going into Disruptors, going into Storm. Temple Archives on the way. There are pros and cons. Of course, High Templar are more vulnerable to EMPs. But Storms, they also attack air units as well. Storms are also instant, as opposed to the Nova. As Hero does catch out the Marines. Nice catch for Hero. That's gonna get updated soon. 2 seconds. There we go. Catching 9 Marines. Nice catch there for Hero. Hero, meanwhile, getting into a fourth Jesus, getting up to 4 Colossi. Now, this is a recent trend that's been happening. When it comes to the TVP meta and how it's been evolving over the past year, now players are playing a lot more Marauder heavy, so it is more viable to get a fourth Colossus instead of staying on 3 against more Marauder heavy compositions. So we've seen a fourth Colossus a little more often than we used to. Then into Disruptors. MP goes off. Does graze the Phoenixes. Meanwhile, shots getting wasted here on the depots. Not on the main army. Gets 1 depot. Going for the mineral line. Hero pulls away. SCVs are falling. Hero claiming a 5th expansion. Taking advantage of that map control. No fear. Catches out the Viking. Phoenix goes for the dive. Yeah, he commits. Does commit in. Boys are being pulled. And here he breaks through. He breaks through the defensive line. Takes down every single SCV. 32 SCV is going to be falling. He loses one Colossus. This has 3 left over. Plenty of Colossi. Plenty of lasers. And Bjorn is hurting. Bjorn, he's hurting here. He's contained. Bleeding out far too much. Again, here he got away with that Phoenix opener. Got away with a lot of greed. And Hero, thanks to his greater economy, is going to be the first to max out. Going to be the first to remax. Does spot the army. He wants it. Has respected that. Still a lot of Marauders. You can see here he is rebuilding his 4th Colossus. He loses one. Army dives in. Charge, let's say, do wreak havoc. So he's being forced back. It's being forced back home. As the Viking count hits critical mass, that's where here he has to just deviate away from Colossus entirely into more disruptors. But it's still only 3 Vikings. Still manageable. You're rotating, double expanding. Oh my god. Getting a 6th and 7th expansion. Jesus. Building towards 7 bases. Again, we saw something similar here between Kira and Max on ley lines. Where once a Protoss gets map control, they take advantage of it completely. Every base on the map. And here we're just collapsing in. Colossus, they do spend their shots here on the CC, not on the army. So again, I would say wasted DPS here. Here we're rotating over. Viking count looking a little more healthier. Colossus finally going to be going down. It's going to be a rough fight for Hero. It does overextend. Leaves out the Disruptor, the Immortal, 2 of the Colossi, or at least 1. Not a bad fight for Bjorn. He trades well. Bjorn takes a good fight. Hero taking another just taking more bases. This takes more Nexus. Aye, aye, aye. But out in the open, that's where Hero can thrive. So Bjorn has to be so careful. As Hero, he's now just focusing on purely disruptor reinforcements. I'll say at this point, Hero, he needs gases. There we go. As if on cue, gases are now on the way. That's been really slowing Hero down when it comes to his remax. You can see here, he has to rely on mainly Zealots, and he can barely even afford double robot production. He can make 1 disruptor right now. I mean, he's maxed, but the gas is lacking. Gases are lacking. Soon to be saturated. Hero's max and he should be trading. He should be looking for these fights. Otherwise, he's going to allow Bjorn to recover. And Bjorn, he's almost maxed out himself. Yeah, Hero a little bit too passive. Trying to rush forward. Never goes off. Oh, nice splits. Meanwhile, coming from behind. Yeah, nice catch here from Bjorn. Does come in, collapse on the disruptors. Novas do not connect. Bjorn does take a much better trade here, a much better engagement. Hero pulling away, bleeds out the Colossus, and here he has to race all the way back home. Does race back. Again, here he lost a lot of his high-tech units. He survives with 1 Archon and 1 Disruptor. And of course his Gateway Army. But those were expensive losses. Bjorn's back in this. He's back in this game. Getting his 4th base fully saturated. Hero does have to be careful here. That's a lot of Zealots, jeez. that's a lot of Zealots. And he wants those ghosts. He gets one, he gets 3. He gets all 4. Massive pickoffs. Takes down the ghost, collapse on the marauders. Pulling away. Back into Colossus. Back into the Colossus production. Like West Stalkers, they poke in towards the left hand side. We're pushing in, catching out the Vikings. SMP here on the disruptors. Beyond comes in from behind. Can he get the surround? Oh, the surround is a little bit mistimed, but he will go on top of the disruptors. Nervous are going to be going off. And we get some okay connections. But the surround does collapse in, and here he will lose everything here. The disruptors, the zealots, the stalkers as well, they try to escape. Here he gets 20 SCVs. Let's get the hell out of here. And Hero again, his gas income is very limited. He's remaxing with zealots, with a couple of Colossus. Still very close fights, still very close armies. I would actually favor Beyond here until the disruptors come out. And here he has to back off. The base is going to fall. Again, he knocks down the expansion. Takes it as his own. Now this is buying time. Hero coming from behind. Collapsing in the army. With these reinforcements, does he have enough? Beyond diving on that Colossus. Not quite able to. Beyond, he fights well. Gets the Nexus. Gets the base. Diving further in, goes for the Disruptor. Disruptor goes down as well. Very nice pickups. As here he's running out of zealots, but another Colossus comes in, and another as well, up to 3. He's got 3 Colossus. GG gets caught. He overwhelms. He does have enough. And Hero, he will take the series 2-0. Advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. We had a very nice surround from Beyond, where Beyond he was able to get a full surround, able to clean up the army. Unfortunately, you could argue that was too late. That was too little too late. The problem there was that Hero, he had so many bases and he had a greater economy, so he could just rebuild. He can just rebuild over time. Sure, Hero, he lost an expansion. He lost a base, he lost a Nexus, but that was buying time. That was buying time, buying enough time for Hero to mass up those Colossus once again and to reinforce with more Zealots. Time was on Hero's side, not on Beyond. GG. GG, well played. Beyond, he will take it. Sorry, Hero will take it, Hero will advance on, and Beyond is knocked out of the tournament. And from here, we're getting into the grand finals. Again, we did expect both Hero and MaxX to face. They are the #1 and #2 seed in the tournament, and alas, they could not be stopped. They could not be stopped, as they are facing off in that best of 5. Here we go. Best of 5 PvP. Serious match. I mean, I would say that both Kieran and Bjorn, they had their moments and they had their opportunities. I mean, even Kieran, remember, Kieran on ley lines, he almost killed Max Pax. Like, I can definitely see Kieran winning on ley lines and forcing the ace match. But yes, like Hero and Max Pax, they were the favorite players coming into this tournament, and now we have our best of 5. Let's go. Let us go. Our best of 5, and this is going to be an interesting one. Now, as I mentioned before, if we were casting this even 6 months ago, yeah, even 6 months ago, I would favor Max Pax 100%. Max Pax, he for a very long time had the best PvP in the world. This is his matchup, but ever since the latest patch, that has changed. PvP has changed quite a bit. I would say for the better, but has changed quite a bit. Is a little more dynamic. Is I would say a lot of the Korean players have embraced the Max Packs opener as well. It's been a really interesting kind of like shift of metas here, where the shield battery is kind of less powerful early on. Despite that, the Max Packs opener is still prevalent, but the Koreans have adopted it themselves as well. So we often see players like Hero, Trap, Classic, Zound, Creator, they also go Gate, Cyber, Expand, and they kind of meet Max Packs when it comes to his greed, and then they deviate from there, or they embrace Phoenix Wars. So I would not be surprised if we see a couple of Phoenix Wars in this series. That's just how the meta goes. Otherwise, we could even see Hero trying to outgreed Max Packs. That has happened before as well. We'll see. Always excited. I'm looking forward to a back and forth. I don't want to see a 3-0 in either direction. I want to see a game 4, ideally a game 5. We'll see where our players take us. Let's go. Hero's back in shape. I don't think he was ever out of shape. Like Hero, he's been like the best offline Protoss player for a couple of years. I would say maybe for the past year and a half. I think you could make an argument in 2020, was it 2023, where we had a Classic at Gamers 8 performing really well. I would say that back in 2023, maybe Classic had better offline performances. I think Classic, he outperformed Hero. It was at Gamers 8, and I think it was DreamHack Dallas. I think there were 2 offline events where Classic outperformed Hero in 2023. But 2024 was Hero's year, for sure. We're getting ready for those finals. When it comes to Max Packs, when it comes to these two players, they've been very back and forth. Hero did outperform Max Packs in Masters Coliseum at the start of the year. Max Packs outperformed Hero in Little League Cup right after that. So they have had their both own events. After that, we had the OC Season 12 Championship where Max Packs outperformed Hero. They didn't play against each other in the lower bracket, if you remember. Hero didn't get a chance at a rematch against Max Packs. And did I see the recent results for Pigsty? Did they play? Hold on. Pigsty Festival, because that's the next big offline event. I don't think Pigsty has ended, right? Pigsty Festival. Yeah, they haven't played the playoffs yet. Okay. So Pigsty, so after the OC Season 12 Championship, Pigsty Festival is the next big online event, and that is next week, correct? No, in 3 days. Ooh, in 3 days' time, that's when Pigsty is going to be playing out, and that's kind of like the next big event that we're all looking at to kind of see the hierarchy of players and to see the current state of players. In Pigsty, you have, of course, Clem, Max Packs, Hero, Serral, alongside all the other top players. So that's kind of like the next big, like, what's the word? Barometer? It's like the next big event that, like, kind of gives you an idea of, like, how players compare against each other. Of course, you can get an idea when it comes to the online Open Cups, that is true. But these big events typically hold a lot more weight. So do tune into the Pigsty Festival. Again, that's going to be in 3 days' time. That's going to be the playoffs. It'll be the playoffs. As we are getting ready. And after Pigsty Festival, the next big event is Stars Agora, right? Stars Agora is right around the corner. Qualifiers are over the next couple of weeks. We have our qualifiers. And then that's the big offline event that everyone's preparing for. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit concerned for Maru. As I mentioned before, Maru, he has been a little bit out of shape as of late. But a part of that might also be because of military service. For those who do not know, it was recently announced, we spoke about it during the podcast, that Maru, he was discharged from the military. That was a recent change, that was a recent announcement, so now he knows he can focus on StarCraft. He doesn't have to worry about the military. So hopefully he can focus on StarCraft. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Starchild, we have our Danish Protoss player, our red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Hero. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, as this is going to be a close one here. Hero and MaxPax, they often go back and forth. They often do trade blows and trade series. Another factor here, bearing this in mind, is that both MaxPax and Hero have not gone to sleep. What I mean by that, they both played in the WarDTV Monday, they both played in the Monday Night Weekly, and they're both here in PiGosaur Monday. They both played in the Korean, European, and now the NA Weekly Cups, and they have not slept. So both Hero and MaxPax, they've been on that grind, they've been running that marathon, and now they're here in the finals of the final Open Cup of the last 24 hours. Oh boy, they're here, they're good to go. Again, that might be a factor, maybe not, maybe they thrive in this kind of environment and they're just hyped up on caffeine and hyped up on coffee. Or, again, the fatigue might be getting to them. Let's go. No sleep? Disgusting. Ah, no. They're degens. 24 hours, pure StarCraft. Let's go. Meanwhile, we have our Gate Cyber Expand. Standard opener here from MaxPax is what we expect. Meanwhile, Hero going for, a 2-gate opener. Okay, so Hero is going to take the role of the aggressor, 2-gate opener out of our Protoss play, out of our blue Protoss. From here, he can try to set up a proxy across the map, or we might try to skip some units. It's going to be double Stalker opener out of Hero. Keep an eye on that probe. MaxPax, he does make that initial Zealot just to be safe, just to make sure he doesn't get pylon blocked, or he deals with the pylon. Speaking of, yep, there it is. Pylon gets thrown down, and the Zealot is ready. The Zealot is ready for the pylon. Here, he's ready for a second pylon. Let's go. As the first one does complete. Ooh, going for the cyber block. Ay, ay, ay. So here he gets the cyber core down again. He delays the expansion. Shield batteries on the way for MaxPax. And here he rallies. He's rallying across the map. He wants to try to break MaxPax here and now. Going for the Adepts. As we get into this, a big shout out to Turbo Quacker in the chat. God, baby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing, actually I should say gifting a subscription in the chat to Logic Unknown. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Login Unknown. Thank you so much. Gracias. As the Stalkers, they do poke in, they do focus on the first Zealot, but the shield battery does finish up. Does complete. Shield battery does complete. Oracle pops out. Void Ray is on the way. Bearing in mind, Hero, he's not all in, he's expanding, and MaxPax confirms. Ideally, Hero, he wanted to try to force an overreaction, or try to kind of weave this tale that he was going all in. But Hero, he pulls away, he races back home. Adept's always going to be locked down. And here he deflects the Oracle. So with this, Hero does take an economic lead. So here, he does take an economic advantage here. Meanwhile, MaxPax, how does he recover? He's going for the Void Ray initially. Oh! Oracle takes a lot of damage. Void Ray is revealed to that Cyber Core. MaxPax, he can now expand. But the pressure is now on MaxPax. He has to get some counter damage done. He is behind. But he does have that army lead. He has the Void Ray. The Void Ray, it's a very niche unit. It doesn't really scale well into the mid game, so now's the time to use it. Now's the time to push. Meanwhile, ooh, I don't see a shield battery. Uh-oh. Hero being greedy. He's being greedy here. No shield battery. We have a weaker defensive setup. Void Ray is revealed. But that's a lot of Stalkers though. The stasis. Oh, does he notice? He does. Does notice the status. Stasis even. Baits out one. Oh, doesn't see the other. Massive connection. Here he does take the stasis to the face, and here he's vulnerable. He's very vulnerable. Max is going in for the kill. He takes down the Stalkers, takes down one, takes down two, and here he's hurting. He's in trouble here. Goes to the Void Ray. Voids are being pulled. Again, this should not have happened. Oracle into the main. Getting more economic damage here, and here he's struggling to hold on. Again, all because of this one stasis. And here is all in. Yeah, he's kind of he has to counterattack. He has to counterattack. He's forced all in. Back at home, what is it to defend? 2 Stalkers and a shield battery. As here, he will lose the economic advantage that he once had. Blink is done in 10 seconds. Hero sends everything across the map. And can he break his opponent? Gets a volley up. Doesn't quite bring down the Stalker. Shield battery putting in a lot of work. There's the anti overcharge as well. Max he's holding. Is holding on. Ooh, we'll bleed out a Stalker. Nice force, very nice force field. And here, he may have lost his mineral line, but likewise, he wants the mineral line of Max. Blink is now done. Pylon does fall. He dives in. Yeah, he goes to the dive. He will focus us down, and here he snowballs out of control. Takes on every single Stalker. 1 Stalker left, 0 Stalkers left. We have a Desperation Warp in, but here, he's done it. He's done it. He breaks the defensive line. Max, he will lose everything here. At the same time, Oracle popping off across the map. Does get some economic damage. Max going for a proxy. Still very chaotic, but Hero has a massive army lead. And he goes for the kill. Goes into the main. 2 Stalkers remaining. GG gets called, and Hero, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. A very chaotic game here. Hero, he was being greedy. He had no shield battery back at home. He had a good start, delaying the natural, forcing the reaction out of Max, but no shield battery. More importantly, the stasis. The stasis was brutal, and because that stasis trap, Max, he forced the all-in out of Hero. Max, he crippled Hero, was able to get 13 plus probe kills, was able to take an economic lead. But Hero, he made that decision so fast to instantly counterattack. He was able to get into Blink, of course, and he committed. He was forced into the all-in. GG, well played. With that, Hero does take a lead, but it's the best of 5, and we expect a back and forth. We expect a back and forth. We expect Max to fight back, to take maps as well, to maybe even take the series. As that was only game 1, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Jumping into game 2, it's going to be on Ultra Love. Boy, here we go. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming down in the series. And we'll see if he can make a series out of this. Fight back and tie things up. From the land of Denmark, it is Max. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0. We'll see if he can extend his lead. We'll see if he can maintain that momentum. It is Hero. As we do open up on Ultra Love, and welcome one and all to a map that has a ramp leading into the natural. What does this mean? This means that gate expands are common on Ultra Love, specifically Gateway into Cybercore, into Stargate, then the Nexus. Now that should be the trajectory that we're on. Basically right now we are on the road to Phoenix Wars. If we end up both players opening Stargate before Nexus, this should be Phoenix Wars. Our players can deviate. You can try to go for a faster Nexus, but your opposing player is going to stop that from happening. What do I mean by that? The probe. Hero, he has his probe across the map, so does Max, and the role of these workers, the role of these probes, is to pylon block and to make sure that the opposing player doesn't get their Nexus. And that forces out the Cyber Core, and it also forces out the Stargate. And both players, oh, as Max, he gets his Nexus! Hero out of position. Hero, he's out of position, he does not block, and Max does get away with a greedier build. So a nice win here for Max. Again, Hero, he is just now Here, he knows. He now is aware. Max, he should still open Stargate, and Hero, he's going to be behind in that economy. But we could still end up in Phoenix Wars. Again, Max should still play Stargate. Hero might do the same. Ooh, nice pylon block though. Does disrupt the wall. Max in the driver's seat here. As Hero's forced to react, yep, Stargate. So Stargate from Hero, Stargate from Max. So we're still making our way into Phoenix Wars, but that pylon is gonna cause a complication here. Thanks to the pylon, Max can throw down a shield battery. We can see Hero throws down his own shield battery instead. So Hero, he's ready for it. He's ready for what's to come. Phoenixes are on the horizon. Hero, he is aware of the Stargate. Max, of course, also aware of the Stargate. Now, when it comes to Phoenix Wars, there are certain power spikes that we can get into. The first one is the timing of the second Stargate, so we'll keep an eye on the second Stargate timing. Likewise, the timing of the Fleet Beacon as well. Outside of that, there's also potential when it comes to Adept Harass, just because typically you shouldn't be making any gateway units here. Hero was forced to make a Stalker, so that is going to hurt him a little bit, but he has to deal with that pylon. And speaking of second Stargate, there it is, second Stargate for Hero. Now, this is something very unique to Hero, but he loves rushing into this very fast second Stargate. And likewise, a faster gas here on the low ground as well. Because of this, Hero, he will be able to make 2 Phoenixes at a time, and there is going to be a small window, it is a very small window, where Hero has the Phoenix advantage over Max. You can see here that Max also going for a second Stargate, but it is later than the second Stargate of Hero. So we'll see if Hero can make use of this timing, make use of this window. This is making 2 Phoenixes at a time, Max only making 1. Currently, Phoenix count is even. That's about to change. And Hero, he's being somewhat active. Again, even being up 1, 2 Phoenixes can make the world of difference in these fights. Likewise, he also has that Stalker, true. Has a Stalker as well. Oh! Pokes in. He commits. Hero does have the lead. And Max, he has to back off. He has to retreat. His third base is denied. Hero pushing in, stacking up those Phoenixes. Max is under pressure, has to be careful. Building up more Phoenixes. Remember, Max he has the defender's advantage. Hero, he shouldn't push in, but he will pylon block. That's what matters here. He's containing and pylon blocking. That will delay the third. Another probe goes down. Hero, he's trying to camp the production, trying to camp that Stargate. Can he catch a Phoenix? Oh! Ooh, does pull out. Does pull out in time. Max still save it. Again, we are playing on a knife's edge. And the pylon is done. So Max the base is denied. Oh. It's going to be denied. Probe falls. So far, nice moves here by Hero. Max does take... Oh, no, the pylon block! Pylon block is in time. Yeah, Hero, he denies the third once again. And these pylon blocks are so difficult to deal with because Phoenixes, they can't lift buildings. Stalker gets caught, nice catch. Here he bleeds out that Stalker. Looking at the units tab here, we're even on Phoenixes. And Max is going for the faster Fleet Beacon. Faster Fleet Beacon out of Max, faster third base for Hero. Okay, so we have a bit of a difference here. A bit of a divergence. Hero, he will have the better economy, that is true. Hero, he can afford a faster third Stargate. But this is going to be a big moment for Max. Fleet Beacon, what does that mean? That means Phoenix range. Phoenix range is a big power spike here for Max, where he will get the first shot off. Phoenix range, it means that whenever the engagement occurs, Max he will shoot first. And that is going to be a big win here for Max, as that means that he will start the fight with a Phoenix lead. Or at least it should. Here he confirms the expansion. Oh! Does commit in. Here he will bleed out an extra Phoenix though. Yeah, trades out 3 for 4. That was not a good trade for Hero. He gets caught again. Hero overextends. Phoenix count still even. Here he has to be careful. Now he's at least containing Max Packs, but again, the lack of Fleet Beacon is concerning. It's so late. It's such a late Fleet Beacon. Phoenix range is already done. And we'll see if Max Packs can make use of it. He has the upgrade. Now he doesn't know the timing of Hero's upgrade, true. He doesn't know. We know that he has a window, that he is ahead. Max Packs, he spots the army. Going in for the dive. Yeah, and he will win this fight. Oh, I say that does close the gap though. Hero does close it. Does chase. It's still a better trade for Max Packs. Max Packs is now up by 2 instead of 1. Shield battery does help, but not by too much. And Max Packs will take down another Phoenix. Again, just abusing that extra range. Catching another. Yeah, that's too much. That's too much at this point. Takes down 3 Phoenixes. And with that, Max Packs, he will take the win. He will clean everything up. A Hero just too many losses too quickly. And that's game. GG gets called. Max Packs, with the help of Phoenix range, he overwhelms Hero, and Max Packs ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Hero, unfortunately, he was so fixated on his aggression, on delaying the third base and delaying the expansions of his opponent, that the Fleet Beacon did fall by the wayside. And it was a very late Fleet Beacon for Hero, very late Phoenix range. Because of that, he was just at a massive disadvantage in those fights. And he was just overwhelmed. He was just overwhelmed then and there. GG, well played. Again, the power of Phoenix range. And even though Hero had the better economy, it didn't matter. Did not matter in the end. Was not able to get into his 3rd Stargate. And now we have a back and forth. Now we have a series. That's what we expected. That's what we wanted. We do want a back and forth between these 2 players. And we'll see, more importantly, who takes the lead. Now, again, it is expected to see Phoenix Wars on Ultra Love. Not expected to see them here on Ley Lines. Not impossible, but we expect something different. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our Danish Protoss player. We have our red Protoss tying up the series 1-1. And we'll see if he can maintain that momentum and take a greater lead. It is Max Packs. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from South Korea. Being forced into a tied series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Hero. More horrible PvP to watch. I think PvP might be my favorite matchup to watch. I mean, favorite mirror matchup specifically. It's hard to say. I think I should say I really enjoy Korean and even like PvP between Hero and Max Packs. Standard European PvP is not my favorite. That's a lot more slower. It's where players, they get up to 3-4 bases. Blink Stalker versus Blink Stalker. I'm less fond of that. I'm more fond of these more like chaotic, aggressive games. More fun of it. Here we go. And it's the same with like the other matchup. It's the same with like ZVZ. Like I'm not fond too much of seeing like Roach versus Roach in ZVZ. Similar to like Stalker versus Stalker. Similar to Tank Lines in TVZ, right? Like each mirror matchup, they have their downsides. Each mirror matchup has their own weak points, but their strengths as well when it comes to the viewing experience. Meanwhile, here he does open up 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Hero, going for a pylon towards the left-hand side, going for the proxy, going for a fake proxy pylon. Or real. Hold up. What do you have for us? Likewise, MaxPax going gate into Cybercore into expansion. Actually, sorry, it was gate expand. Very greedy build here by MaxPax. And here he commits into a Twilight Council. Now, this looks like a one base all in. Hero with this proxy Twilight Council, we can throw down a third gateway and go for a 3-gate blink all in, or even a 4-gate blink all in. So Hero's being hyper aggressive. And here he will confirm how greedy MaxPax has been, as the base is already done. Everyone wants a backhand. Everyone wants a back and forth except the players. I'm sure they all want some sleep. True. I'm sure they do. Ooh, I thought it was going to be Blink. We're going into... He's crazy. Going into Glaives. I mean, I don't know if you saw the production tab. He started Charge. Canceled Charge, starts Glaives instead. Proxy Gateways on the way. And we're going for... I thought it was going to be 1 base 4-gate Blink all in. It's going to be a 1 base 4-gate Glaives all in instead. It's 3 gates at home and 1 proxied across the map. Okay. Let him cook. Now, Glaive Adepts, they do a great job at tanking. They can also harass the mineral line quite well. We have more shield batteries being thrown down, and MaxPax does respond with a Robo, going into Immortal production. MaxPax is where something's wrong. He did Hallucination Scout. He saw that there is no expansion. He saw the extra gateway. He saw the pylon. Yeah, he sees everything. Oh, mostly everything. He knows that there's an all-in coming. That's what's important. Hallucination is not denied. MaxPax coming in for the scout. Here he busts into the mineral line. Sorry, here? Well, that's right. MaxPax gets into the natural, checks the mineral line, confirms lack of expansion. And as time goes on, we're building up more and more immortals. This is where adepts need to thrive, and ideally they want to get into the mineral line and cripple the economy of MaxPax. Here we go, does shade into the main. Actually, sorry, diving on the sentries. Does go for the dive. Oh, there's 3 shield batteries though. Yeah, with the power of 3 shield batteries, the immortals, they are immortal. They are not going down. And MaxPax, he's gonna hold. He's gonna hold on. I mean, he's losing some workers, that is true. Probes are falling. Adepts say shade into the main. Trying to focus down more more workers, getting more economic damage. Here he shades in once again. But this is not enough. This is not enough damage. He gets 1 Stalker. He gets a Stalker, and MaxPax is gonna shut this down. Yeah, he breaks down, goes to the proxy. And here he will lose everything here. He will lose everything here. It was a crazy build going 4-gate Glaives. I wasn't too convinced. MaxPax didn't even know what was happening, but hey, he had a wall of shield batteries there. His GG gets called as Hero has nothing left, and MaxPax will defend, will take a lead. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax does take a lead in the series. MaxPax, he is 1 game away from becoming this week's champion. Hero, that was a crazy build. And I'm glad it didn't work. It was nonsense. Going 4-gate Glaives. Again, the point of 4-gate Glaives is typically to get economic damage. The first shade was a brutal one. If you remember, winding it back, here he shaded onto the sentries and the immortals to focus on the sentries and to focus on the immortal, and he did not get them. With 3 shield batteries, that immortal would not go down, and that was a wasted shade. It was wasted damage on the immortal. The immortal survived, and that was the beginning of the end. That was the beginning of the end there. MaxPax, he held, he shut down the all-in. GG. GG, well played. I think that Hero was hoping it was going to be a Stargate. I think that's where that build can work out better, is if it was a Stargate opener, Oracle into Void Ray instead. I think that would have had more success. But MaxPax did open Robo instead of Stargate, and with that he had a stronger defense against a ground-based army. If there weren't any Immortals, and if instead it was like 2 Void Rays, then Adepts would have an easier time shading in between the bases and pulling his opponent apart, and even breaking the ground army. So it was a big risk there by Hero, didn't pay off, and now we're getting into our next game. We're getting to our next setup, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. 1 game away from becoming our champion. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the Protoss from South Korea, currently teamless, looking for a team, deserving to be on one. It is Hero. We go. As Hero does move out, so does Max. Both players, they move out across the map, going for their scouts. And we'll see how Hero will switch things up here. Again, he's up against the wall. One more loss and he is out of the tournament. And the event does end. And then he can embrace the bed. He can go to sleep. Ah, beautiful. He's almost there. Almost. But now 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Hero. Gate Cyber Expand out of Max. Hero hitting the Triple Monday finals today. Yeah, he's just on that grind. It's crazy. Crazy. What a gamer. I mean, both Hero and Max. I mean, Hero did make it to the finals in 3 events. Max made it into 1 finals. But both players have stayed up all night. Both players, they've stayed up all night. They've gone through the ringer here. Non-stop StarCraft. Crazy. As Max does open Stargate, that is Stargate before expanding. And Hero, he doesn't have the setup for a proxy. So 2-gate opener, Stalker, Sentry this time, a safe opener out of Hero, not aggressive. Beyond 2, it looks like? Yes, I believe so. I believe Beyond as well. Maybe Cure? I'm less certain about Cure. I don't know if Cure played in the Monday Night Weekly. But I know that Beyond did. And I want to say Geralt did as well. I think Geralt has played in all 3. Meanwhile, the Cybercore gets thrown down. Hero, he does delay the expansion once again. Oracle is on the way, and Hero, he will take the economic lead. Hero will be the first to expand. He's going to be the first to expand. Max, he breaks out. Again, Max, his expansion is late. It is delayed, so it's time to counterattack. We have 2 Stalkers on the ground and the Zealots. We have the Oracle in the sky, and we'll see if Hero can keep up as he does chase the Oracle. Shield Batteries in the main. 1 Stalker on the low ground. Hero getting caught out. Massive catch from Max. It gets 1. Takes down 1 Stalker. That's a big loss here early on. Starts on the stasis. Hero, he does notice. Jesus. Yeah, he does notice, does bait it out. Nice force field, locks down the army, and he gets both Stalkers. A good recovery here from Hero, takes down both. Oracle into the main base, shield batteries ready, going for the stasis instead. And it's gonna finish. Oh my god, Hero, he gambled! It does finish. Hero tried to focus it down, but too little too late. He did retarget too late there. And Max stasis is half the mineral line. Half the mineral line gets caught out. Max pulling back in. Max does recover economically. He's rotating. He's rotating around. And Hero, it's on him to build back up. Both players working towards Blink. Blink is going to be faster for Max. Likewise, Max already getting ready for a third. Speaking of, there it is. Third base is on the way. So later natural but faster third base of Max trying to rush into that mid game. Hero on the flip side staying on 2 bases a little bit longer. There we go, setting up for his own expansion. Max throwing down the proxy gateway to reinforce. Throws down the proxy. Hero setting up 2 more gates, getting into a 4-gate setup, proxying as well across the map. Okay. So whose aggression do we favor? As Max, he scouts, he confirms, he gets eyes on the proxy. Likewise, he has time to respond. Yo, Hero with hallucinations, love to see it. Can he bait out those shots? He can, he will. He does bait out a shot. Does bait out a couple of volleys, I should say. Going for the expansion. Can he get it though? It's going to be close. Reinforcements have arrived. Some force fields. Max he wants those sentries. The base goes down. Massive pickoff. Does lose a third. At the same time, it devastates shading towards the natural. Hero back at home. Does warp in. Does pull away. Tries to at least. Meanwhile, devastate shade into the main. Take some damage. They get 1. They get 2 probe kills. Just the 2. Stasis into the natural. Hero does react this time. Simon pulls away. And here he does maintain the lead. His 3rd base is halfway done. Max has just began. Meanwhile, when behind a Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine's on the way. Does Hero have a robo? Oh no. We've seen this before. I mean, we spoke about this over the weekend even. It happens every now and then, but there are games where, as he save does blink in, the punish is real. And Max is pulling Hero apart. And the reality is that right now, Hero has 0 detection. He has 0 detection. I mean, even now losing this fight, bleeds out his army. Sure, he has a faster 3rd base, but there is no Robo, there's no Stargate, there's no Forge, there's no Cannons, no Revelation, no Observer, no nothing. Dark Shrine is done, and we're waiting for the Dark Templar. And DTs, this, again, it does happen at this level of play. We've seen Hero die to this, as we might be about to see again. We've seen Max die to this as well, is when you have 0 detection. Assuming that we warp in, as DTs, they have yet to really hit the field. Robo's on the way, and Max, he's missing his window here. Remember, there is 0 detection, but it does feel like these DTs are late. They've been done for quite some time, they're waddling in. Hero does spot them, and he reacts. Does react in time. Despite that, Max he may have too much, he's pushing in towards that 3rd. Hero distracted by the Dark Templar. And Max is going in for the kill, going for the 3rd base, and he will get it. Yeah, Hero, he's stuck at home, he's trying to save the Robo. Oh my god. He won't be able to. Yeah, he won't be able to. The Robo goes down. GG gets called. The DTs do win the game. 0 detection, Hero out of position, and Max will take the series 3-1. Whew, GG. The power of the invisible man, papi. GG, well played, Max. I mean, I should say, Hero did start things off with a lead in the series, did take game 1, but Max, he was able to get the better of Hero in the Phoenix Wars. He was able to cheese the hell out of Hero here with some Dark Templar. Hero had some good moments, especially in this last game, especially when it came to sniping the expansion, but this does happen in PvP. It is not uncommon for a player to delay their robo. To take a faster expansion, and to cut corners. That is what Hero was doing. He was cutting corners, but you can punish this with Dark Templar. 0 detection. GG, well played. Does take down the Robo. Does claim the win. I was concerned that it was too late. I was concerned that the Dark Templar did hit too late, but we saw that Max, his win condition, he just dove on the Robo. Not just that, but the DTs also forced Hero to defend the natural, which means the 3rd base was forfeit. The 3rd base did go down, so it was damned if you do, damned if you don't. In the end, Max does claim the win, and with that, Max is this week's champion for the PiGosaur Monday. GG, well played. Once again playing the fanfare as we do, or as he does claim his win here in the PiGosaur Monday. And we have our 3 champions here. Hold on un momento. We have initially Morty TV Monday. There we go. Okay, so we have our 3 champions. Hero, he did win the Wardy TV Monday, the Korean Monday this morning against Byun in the grand finals. So he was able to claim his first win. Meanwhile, Solar won the European Weekly. He won the Monday Night Weeklies last night. And MaxPax wins the PiGosaur Monday this morning. So we have our 3 champions, Hero, Solar, and MaxPax that do walk away with their wins. No Clem this week. No Clem. He was playing, he was competing, but Clem, he got knocked out by Byun in the Wardy TV Monday, and Clem, he got knocked out by Solar and by, who was the other player? He got knocked out by Solar and by Hero in the Monday Night Weekly. So Clem having a rougher week this time, having a rougher Monday, and Solar was the big surprise to me. Like, we're used to seeing either Clem, Hero, and MaxPax. Like, those are the 3 champions typically for these weekly tournaments. They've won so many between the 3 of them. Solar, I believe that's his first win. I think that's his first win, at least for this season, for like the off season of StarCraft. I think, yeah, that's his first weekly win. GG. Well played, well played. Out of left field, Solar gets the win. Congratulations, congratulations. Otherwise, with that, we are going to be wrapping up. We're going to be wrapping up our broadcast here for the morning. Again, looking at our weekly schedule, we only have PiGosaur Monday today. Tomorrow we have additional broadcasts. Tomorrow is going to be the Code for Giants Cup and the Rex March Madness qualifier. Thursday we have the Euthanasia Total Tussle and the Pondcast. Friday and Saturday we will have some more replay coverage. Throughout those 2 days we should be having the Kung Fu Cup and the Euthermal 2v2 March tournament. So those 2 events should be on Friday and Saturday. We're just waiting to actually receive those replays, and then we'll be jumping into those broadcasts over those 2 days. And likewise, Sunday is going to be the Host Masters Cup and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. So there we go. So we should have at least 1 cast a day, and at times we have 2 tournaments a day on Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday. So we have plenty of coverage here on the channel. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I am going to be heading over to my personal channel, my personal stream, to ladder. I haven't been able to ladder properly since November of last year. I peaked, by the way, I peaked at like 4.5, almost 4.6k MMR back in November. But I haven't been able to really touch the game too much since then until this week, and because of that I'm incredibly rusty. I've plummeted in MMR. The smudge is real. I went from 4.5, I'm down to like 4k. I lost like 500. It's brutal, baby. It's brutal. That's what happens when you take like 4 months off or 5 months off. It's not good. So now that, I mean, you can see here, because March is a leaner month for us, because usually we cast twice a day every single day, it is a leaner month for us. I actually have time to play some StarCraft. It's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, thankfully ever since November we actually didn't really have any time to ladder or stream. Now we do, so that is the plan. I'm going to be going live over on my own personal channel. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Hope you all had a great time. Hope you all had a great Monday, and I hope you all have a great rest of the week as well, whether it's involving StarCraft or not. Hope you have a good time. Hope you have a good time. Hope you take care. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Again, our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow with the Code for Giants Cup. That is a Brazilian only tournament, so look forward to it. Otherwise, I'm going to be laddering for a couple of hours. Not for a long stream, but like a couple of hours of ladder is the plan. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow, or we'll see you whenever we see you. Thanks for watching. You can support us on Patreon if you wish. Likewise, you can help support us via subscribing or even just following us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings, Patreon as well. It's all there. It's all available. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Hasta luego. Catching up in the chat. Catching up. Donating solid, like, yeah, played well, played really well. But GG well played. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.